So good morning, everyone. Pleasure to see you this morning and be here in Expo Osaka, the Italian Pavilion in Japan. It's really a pleasure, a honor, and but I just want to start thanking some of the organizations and the people that made everything happening here this morning possible. So thank you to the Honorable Ambassador and Commissioner Vattani, institutions, the speakers, participants, and welcome to the third edition of Agevity, the Forum for Longevity Economy launched for the first time in Italy by Assolombarda and the Silver Economy Network. Assolombarda is the biggest Italian company trade association with 7,000 companies working on every kind of sector. We represent the region of Lombardia, which is the biggest in Italy in terms of production, investments, and also innovation. We represent almost 1/5 of the Italian GDP. And we are here today not only with the industries, but also with academia institutions working in our territory and in Italy in general. This year, for the first time, we decided to bring Agevity here in Japan and in general at the international level. So it's the first time our event takes place outside of Italy and lands in one of the countries we feel closer in terms of the challenges we are facing today. Thanks to the protocol signed with the Italian Pavilion, Assolombarda has worked on a special project on the whole here. And we started organizing here at the Italian Pavilion a first event in April 26th with many of you, with Italian stakeholders, to talk about the importance of life science research for health, well-being, and longevity. This week, for the Health and Well-being Week of Expo Osaka, we have organized a mission. An Italian delegation has come here in Japan, made out of academia stakeholders from the research centers, from the industry, from the longevity, health, and life sciences Italian value chain, with the aim of creating new bridges between Italy to Japan, strengthening the actual and already here cooperations, partnerships, both for innovation and productivity, production, but also cooperations for addressing global challenges we are facing. Today we brought here in Osaka some of the most important innovative partnerships from Italy, and we are really glad for having them here with us and to connect them with all of you. So everyone here is here for an objective, which is make the Expo Challenge ours. We want to build future societies, and we want to strengthen the bridge between Italy and Japan, work on policies, community action for future longevity societies. Together, we can activate a positive change and make a difference for the future, where demography in this future is deeply changing. By 2018, the global population will shrink. So the global population structure is changing. We will have more seniors inside of our societies, but we will also live more. But the true challenge is living a healthier life and adding life to years. So we need to work on improving the healthy life expectancy. And this will be the topic we will be discussing today with our speakers. And we will do so touching some of the most important challenges and drivers that we also studied within our research longevity scenario, which will be available after the event for all of you. And we will talk about intelligence, artificial intelligence, the new frontiers of robotics, prevention, life science research, but also we will start from regenerative medicine. So all the frontiers of research for longevity and health of the population. We're launching this first event between Italian and Japanese stakeholders with the objective to keep collaboration further. And finally, I just want to thank all the stakeholders that made this possible, especially our partners, which are Bracco, Centro Diagnostico Italiano, and Ospedale San Raffaele, and all the local organizations in universities and institutions that decided to co-organize, participate, and patrocinate our event. Thanks to Agit, our national ecosystem representing the future of Italian longevity. Thanks to IM Group, our event partner. Thanks to Lattanzio Kibs, which is our knowledge partner, working on the contents and research with us. So thank you very much again for your attention. I think we can start our meeting. And to do so, I'm pleased to ask our Ambassador and Commissioner Vattani to join me at the podium and introduce our forum today. So please, Mr. Vattani, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And welcome to the Italian Pavilion in Expo 2025 Osaka. I have to say that I'm very happy that we got to this moment, because this is one of the projects that we have been working on since the very beginning, since the very first phases of building our calendar for Expo. And I'm also very thankful, and I want to say in general, I'm very thankful to our many partners, to the Italian regions also, because they allowed us to work as a system. And I have to tell you that it's very difficult to follow the thematic weeks calendar of an expo. It's not easy, because you have to imagine that the whole system has to decide its visits and its organization according to some specific timings. And it's not easy to match everybody's plans with the plans of Expo, with the thematic weeks plans. We are in the middle of the health and well-being thematic week. And I have to say that during these days, we are accumulating a number of very interesting and I would say forward-looking events that involve all of our partners. I mean, all of our partners that work in these sectors, including the region, for example, the region of Sardinia, and before region of Sardinia, the region of Abruzzo. But today, I want to truly thank our partners. I say partners because we have an agreement which we signed many months ago with Assolombarda. You have already described Assolombarda and the importance of Assolombarda in the Italian economic system, and also research system. We have partners like Bracco, for example, that are our gold sponsors, as a matter of fact. It's thanks to Bracco that when you will visit well, some of you probably have already visited our exhibition in the main visitor experience, but you will see that the whole story that we are talking about is a story not only of Italy presenting itself in Expo on this wonderful global stage, but it's also a story of Italy-Japan relations. And how do we tell this story? The first person that you meet when you enter the Italian pavilion is none less than Ito Mancio. Ito Mancio, one of the 4 very young ambassadors that in 1585, imagine we're still in the Renaissance, visited Italy, accompanied by Valignano, another one of our main characters in our presence here in Osaka. And that painting by Tintoretto a unique painting, a portrait, a Renaissance portrait of a Japanese traveler. I mean, we are, you know, we are talking of something that does not exist in any other place than in the Italian pavilion today, was brought thanks to our partners, Bracco. And why? Because in this way, Bracco has not only proved its capacity of diagnostics, and I also have to thank our other partner, the Centro Diagnostico Italiano, and by the way, I also would like to thank the Ospedale San Raffaele who joined this wonderful project. So thanks to Bracco, we brought this painting by Tintoretto. We also diagnosed this painting. There is a beautiful video that everyone talks about on the social networks in Japan, which is moving, not only interesting for its content, but also moving for the story that it tells. Why did we want to start by talking about Italy and Japan relations? Because our relations are today a strategic partnership, which was elevated from our normal wonderful relations that we had before by our Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, with then Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Kishida. This strategic partnership includes, among others, life sciences, the theme of life sciences. Why? Because both Italy and Japan face a very important challenge, which is, and we always say that is also an opportunity, but it is definitely a challenge, which is aging population and, of course, longevity. Both Italy and Japan's population, the 30%, a bit less than 30% of Italy's and Japan's population is over 65 years old, which is great. We all love our grandfathers and grandmothers. At the same time, this is a challenge for our future, both because we have to talk of natality and denatality, but also because we have to live those years in the proper way. The challenge is well-being, not only health, but well-being. And it covers so many sectors of our life, and they will all be covered. Many of them will be covered today. This is what is really great about this initiative, Agevity, and about the social, the silver economy network, to talk of longevity, but to talk of opportunities and to talk of how and how many sectors have to be covered in this field. So we're very thankful to all our partners, and we really look forward to this event. We were looking forward to it, and we must, we always say this, but it's important, this is really the spirit of Expo. We work on these projects together. I'm very happy that today we are joined not only from colleagues from other pavilions in Expo, but we have a state minister from Serbia, which I look forward to meeting later. And this just tells you what it means to be today on a platform like this one and to talk about things that affect us in the future and that we will continue to work about in the future. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador and Commissioner Vattani. This is really a strategic topic, and I think strategic partnerships are key for the future and for working on this very important topic. We're doing this back to Italy, also with support and the cooperation of the Italian Ministry of Health, which has been part of the project since the beginning of Agevity in 2023. And unfortunately, the staff of the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health himself is very busy during these weeks because there's a huge reorganizations at the Italian Ministry of Health, which is very positive because we are working on prioritizing the policies for the healthcare of our citizens, but they were really glad for this event to happen. They want to cooperate, and for this reason, they also decided to share a video message for all of you from one of their director, which is Mr. Giovanni Leonardi from the Ministry of Health. So please, I would ask the video.
Your Excellency Ambassador Vattani, President Rossini, Director Makiyama, President Gelera, distinguished guests. 4 years ago at Expo Dubai, we spoke of connecting minds and creating the future. Today, here, as representatives of a nation that led the G7 in 2024, I can tell you that future is no longer a dream. It is happening right now in every Italian community that embraces the healthy aging 4.0 revolution. Japan is both mirror and inspiration for us. We are indeed two nations, both facing the silver tsunami, both refusing to see aging as decline. Instead, we have chosen to see it as humanity's greatest opportunity for innovation and growth in our countries. The commitments we made in the final declaration during our Italian presidency at the G7 last year were not just words on paper. They were a promise to transform the way the world must rethink aging. Today, that promise lives in our One Health department, where we work every day to break down the old silos in health policies. That G7 promise also lives in our new General Directorate for Healthy Lifestyles, where ecosystemic thinking transforms healthcare into secure health. But let me tell you why the health policies that we have together represented in the G7 Health Declaration regarding active aging were not just words. These days, in Italy, we have practical example of healthy aging 4.0. In Bergamo, an 82-year-old woman is using AI-powered sensors that predicted her fall risk 6 months before it happened. In Naples, a community garden also serves as a research laboratory on the social determinants of longevity. In Milan, biotech startups are creating personalized interventions that don't just add years to life, but add life to years, and so on. This is our transdisciplinary One Health approach. Our geriatricians talk with urban planners, our policymakers listen to grandmothers to understand how better communicate the principles of the Mediterranean diet, which, like the Japanese diet, is a healthy and sustainable diet, a public health tool for healthy aging. So we don't achieve healthy aging 4.0 in hospitals, but in neighborhoods, in rethinking cities with their green spaces, in relationships that can keep our citizens active, especially in local contexts. Active aging is in the space between technology and human contact. From Dubai's vision of connecting minds, we have moved to Osaka's promise of designing future society for our lives. And we can design the future with predictive models for prevention, with targeted interventions based on specific needs and on individual uniqueness. The ecosystemic approach has understood that aging is part of life's complexity. In Japan, technology does not replace ancient traditions, and in Italy too, we have something equally powerful: the Mediterranean spirit that sees aging not as withdrawal from life, but as deeper engagement with it. Our approach to healthy aging wants to consider not only technology, but also tradition and wisdom. As countries with the most long-lived populations, we must not only deal with demographic transition. The silver economy is not about managing decline, but about a different potential based on experience and growth perspectives. The legacy that began in Dubai, the commitments made during our G7 leadership, the innovations happening in both our nations right now are all converging towards one truth: aging is not something that happens to us, and must be physiologically endured and supported. But it is a phase of life that can be actively shaped, thanks to technology, integrated prevention measures, and the One Health approach as an operational mindset. I wish you a fruitful event in Osaka. Thank you again. Arigato.
Thank you. Thank you for this inspiring speech and video to Giovanni Leonardi, which is head of One Health department at the Italian Ministry of Health. So now the third and last greeting, institutional greeting from one of the other partners of this event, mission and initiative, which is the Italian Embassy in Tokyo. And I welcome Dr. Gianluigi Seriani, Scientific and Technological Attaché at Italian Embassy in Tokyo. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear Ambassador Vatani, Commissioner General of the Italian Pavilion at Expo 2025, dear distinguished guests gathered here today, let me begin by conveying to all of you the warmest greetings from the Ambassador of Italy to Japan, Gianluigi Benedetti. It is a great honor for the Embassy of Italy in Tokyo to take part in this important forum. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting us to this third edition of Agevity, the first to be held outside of Italy, dedicated to the transition from aging to longevity while building the societies of the future. Italy and Japan stand among the world's most long-lived nations, and both our countries are at the forefront of the demographic shift, now reshaping societies globally. We are not just facing a challenge, we are presented with an opportunity to redefine aging as a pathway to active, meaningful, and sustainable longevity. This transformation requires an integrated and multidisciplinary approach, one that brings together scientific research, technological innovation, healthcare, urban planning, industry, social policy, and international cooperation. We are already witnessing technological breakthroughs that are reshaping what it means to age. Robotics, for instance, is playing an increasingly central role, from medical robots that assist with mobility and rehabilitation, including exoskeletons and advanced prosthetics, to bio-inspired surgical systems capable of performing minimally invasive procedures with precision. I'd like to note the cooperation already in place between the University of Osaka and Pisa in this field, and the collaboration between Osaka University and the Italian Institute of Technology on the humanoid robotics aimed at enhancing elderly well-being. On the medical front, the focus is increasingly on age-related diseases, cardiovascular conditions, diabetes, cancer, dementia. Regenerative medicine offers promising tools to preserve physical function and personal dignity, while telemedicine and home diagnostics are helping to shift care from hospital to home, improving both outcomes and quality of life. Beyond biomedical solutions, we must also consider how social sciences can guide the development of new models of elder care to be incorporated in new policies. Digital platforms, behavioral analysis, and intergenerational solidarity are being explored to build more inclusive, supportive, and resilient communities. The role of families and caregivers, as well as sustainable care ecosystems, will be central to these efforts. Sustainability and digital transformation are key enablers of this transition, whether through clean tech and circular economy models or AI-driven diagnostics and age-friendly urban design. The longevity agenda cuts across healthcare, environmental resilience, economic growth, and cultural renewal. Italy and Japan are well equipped to lead this transformation. We share a long-standing dedication to innovation and a deep commitment to improving people's lives through science and technology. Our cooperation is grounded in solid frameworks, from the bilateral agreement on science technology first signed in 1988 to the most recent action plan of 2024 under the strategic partnership agreement mentioned before by Ambassador Vatani. These frameworks actively support joint work on medicine, aging, and innovation. This shared vision was reaffirmed at the 34th Italy-Japan Business Group meeting held in Rome last month, where life sciences and pharmaceuticals were highlighted as priority sectors for joint research and investment. Italian researchers working in Japan, an increasingly vibrant and connected network, are helping to drive this collaboration forward. Italy, for its part, has made strategic investments through the Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, which has placed longevity at the heart of its innovation strategy. The Aged Partnership, Aging Well in an Aging Society, was launched with about 120 million euros in funding to unite public and private actors in developing biomedical, technological, and socioeconomic solutions for older populations. Further, 5 new national research centers with a combined investment of nearly 2 billion euros are advancing technologies in messenger RNA, regenerative therapies, and treatments for chronic and neurodegenerative diseases. In this context, the Agevity Innovation Talk hosted here at Expo 25 in April by Assolombarda and Lombardy Life Science Cluster focused on advancing bilateral partnerships in longevity-related technologies and research. The Embassy of Italy in Tokyo is strongly committed to supporting this dynamic cooperation. In recent years, we have hosted and co-organized numerous initiatives on life sciences, medicine, and aging. Here at Expo 25, in collaboration with the Conference of Italian University Rectors, we have organized a session focused on medical science, diagnostics, neuroscience, and aging societies. We recently introduced the keynote speech by Professor Ilaria Capo at a symposium on health and avian influenza, which was mentioned just before me, and organized a life science workshop on innovative drug therapies in November 2024, together with Cassa Depositi e Prestiti and the Italian Trade Agency. In April 2024, we hosted a seminar on Italy-Japan cooperation in medical field, a common challenge for aging societies in partnership with the Italian company Bracco, which is investing in Japan. In the coming days, we are preparing yet another event, this time focused on nanotechnology, genetics, and robotics in the future of health, in collaboration with the Italian Institute of Technology. Thanks to these sustained efforts, we are now facilitating direct contacts between Japanese and Italian institutions that have expressed concrete interest in long-term cooperation. To conclude, Italy and Japan do not only share demographic trends, we share a common ambition to transform longevity into a driver of innovation, inclusion, and dignity. Let me once again thank the organizers for this timely and forward-looking forum held as part of the Health and Wellbeing Week at Expo 2025. The Embassy of Italy in Tokyo remains fully committed to supporting this bilateral dialogue and to advancing our shared goal, longer and healthier lives for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Gianluigi Seriani. And so now we get into the core of the forum of this morning. And last time we were here, we started the event with an Italian speaker, an Italian physician, an Italian researcher working on new frontiers of life sciences. This time we start from the territory, we start from Japan, and we wanted to start as a kickoff of this forum with a keynote speech from a valuable person from the innovation ecosystem here in Osaka. So we start from the Osaka University, and I'm very pleased for welcoming for the keynote speech the value of research for longevity-oriented societies, Noriyuki Tsumaki, Professor of Laboratory of Tissue Biochemistry at Osaka University. Welcome, Professor, and please join us at the podium. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Noriyuki Tsumaki, and I'd like to thank the Assolombarda and the Silver Economy Network and Italian pavilions and organizers for giving me an opportunity to present our work in such a wonderful event. And I was asked to discuss about values of research for longevity-oriented society. So today I'd like to introduce our study developing regenerative therapies for joint diseases using induced pluripotent stem cells, iPS cells. The next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Well, sorry, can I use a pointer?
Yeah.
It's, oh,
should be this.
oh, sorry. Oh, pointer. Okay. Laser pointer. No available.
There's maybe we can ask to our colleagues to go on with the slides if it's okay for you.
Okay. Anyway.
Non c'è, è quello lì.
No.
No, no, è solo qua. It's this one. So if you just do like this push, it goes on.
Maybe this one is a LED light, so it's maybe it's a little
Not function. Sorry. Well, this slide shows that various diseases, such as coronary heart diseases, affect the elderly more as they age. And please note that fewer people with diabetes, cancer, survive into their 80s because these diseases cause death, premature death. Among various diseases, arthritis affects most people. Arthritis is a joint disease, and the prevalence of the arthritis increase as people get aged steadily. In ancient, joint problem caused death because the joint diseases or joint problems prevent people from hunting for foods or escaping predators. But nowadays, in developed countries, joint problem do not threaten life immediately, but significantly affect quality of life. And この osteoarthritis accounts for the majority of arthritis, and the more than 20 million people in Japan suffer from osteoarthritis, and 300 million people in the worldwide suffer from this disease. Articular cartilage covers ends of bones and provides shock absorption and lubrication. The right image shows the inside of the knee joint through arthroscopy, a kind of endoscopy. You can appreciate the smooth articular cartilage surface, ensuring smooth joint motion without pain. And when articular cartilage is damaged through trauma, injury, or degenerate with aging, or mechanical overload, or metabolic abnormalities, articular cartilage is damaged and causing joint pain while walking or running. Currently, there are no drugs available to treat this articular cartilage condition. And articular cartilage has limited capacity for repair, and so these conditions lead to the debilitating conditions called osteoarthritis. Well, these images show two individuals. Which knee joint, A or B, suffer from pain? If you think A is painful, please raise your hand. No one? One, two. Sure, pass. And if you think B is painful, please raise hand. Much more. Okay. Thank you. Well, we needed to look at the space between bones. In this case, thigh bone and lower leg bone because these are knee joints. Maybe you can appreciate the space between two bones is narrower in B than A. And this space is called joint space, and this space corresponds to the thickness of articular cartilage. And osteoarthritis progresses gradually, as indicated by the decreasing joint space thickness. The diseases progress from healthy to early stage to late stage. Against the late stage of osteoarthritis, total knee arthroplasty is performed. The damaged cartilage and underlying bones are resected, and the metal and polyethylene prostheses were put on. And this surgery or this intervention relieves pain very well because the lesion is resected. But drawbacks of this procedure is restricted joint motion and loosening of prosthesis. So currently, the several treatments are available for the osteoarthritis of the knee joints, depending on the degree of the severity. In the mild cases, cell therapies are available. I will explain cell therapies later. And in a later stage, at the very end stage, knee arthroplasty is available. But for the mild, moderate degree of the diseases, no curative treatments are available, which produce unmet medical needs. And this image shows a histology of articular cartilage. A cartilage consists of cartilage cells, which is called chondrocytes, embedded in an abundant extracellular matrix, ECM. It is extracellular matrix, ECM, which sustain mechanical load and provide smooth joint motion. Against articular cartilage damage or erosions, there are currently regenerative therapies in which two types of approach or two types of mode of actions are considered. The upper row shows that about cell therapies. Cells such as chondrocytes or mesenchymal stromal cells are implanted into the defect of articular cartilage. In this case, the cells secrete growth factors which stimulate host patient cells to create repair tissues to fill the defect. But the regenerative potential of host patients Thanks. Yes, uppercase. The implanted cells secrete growth factors which stimulates host cells to produce repair tissue, but the capacity of host cells is limited, so the repaired tissues is not normal hyaline cartilage, but fibrous scar tissues. And another approach is a kind of replacement. Cartilage tissues consists of cells and also extracellular matrix is prepared outside of body. And this cartilage is transplanted into the defect, which directly contribute to the repair tissues and sustain weight and form the part of articular cartilage surface. So far, this approach has not been realized. To realize this approach, regenerative approach, we needed to produce cartridge tissues outside of the body. Well, Professor Yamanaka was awarded Nobel Prize in 2012 for the discovery that mature cells can be reprogrammed to become pluripotent. By introducing only a few genes, mature cells can be reprogrammed to become pluripotent stem cells. Immature cells that are able to develop into all types of cells in the body. Induced pluripotent stem cells, iPS cells, have two characters, which is they can be differentiated into every type of cells. And other property is that they can be expanded almost infinitely. Due to these two characters, iPS cells are very expected to be applied for the regenerative therapies. Well, this scheme shows an development of our bodies. We all start with, one cell called fertilized ova, which subsequently divides and differentiate into every tissues in our bodies. Chondrocytes, cartridge cells, derived from mesenchymal cells in mesoderm. What creation of iPS cells do is to rejuvenate these somatic cells into a very immature state, similar to the fertilized ova. Therefore, these cells can be expanded infinitely, and also they can differentiate into any type of cells in our body. So, what we needed to do is to develop a method to produce chondrocytes from iPS cells following the developmental process. So we used the knowledge of the development and induced chondrocytes from iPS cells, followed by production of extracellular matrix from these cells to create cartridge tissues. And these are the cartridge particles we created from human iPS cells. These are particles with a diameter of 2 to 3 millimeters. And the histological analysis showed that each particle consists of cells embedded in a cartridge extracellular matrix, so similar to the native articular cartridge. Okay. And this video shows an iPS cell derived cartridge. Each particle is around 2 to 3 millimeter in diameter. When they are immersed in the water and shaked, they behave like this. And when we tried to grasp the particle with forceps, we can't. They are slippery, and they have a specific softness or hardness. And using these particles, maybe we will fix the defect of articular cartridge surface. We put the particles as much as possible and fix them with Hebrink grooves. That's it. Maybe and in addition, this iPS cell-derived cartridge has a property of integrating each other. They get fused when left touched. So utilizing these properties of the particles, we now succeeded we have succeeded in creating a plate-like cartridge with the size of maybe over the 2 centimeters for each square. So with this cartridge plate, we trimmed the cartridge plate in the shape of the defect, and now we can fix the plate with suture anchors. We can suture the particle into the defect. So we can securely fix the IPS cell-derived cartridge plate into the defect. So in the case of particles, these particles can be dislodged. So immediately after the surgery, there is a risk of the dislodgement. But by using this cartridge plate, maybe it can be fixed safely. So this plate, IPS cell-derived cartridge plate, is indicated for the larger lesions, larger articular cartridge damages. So we would like to apply this IPS cell-derived cartridge to treat human patients. But before moving to clinical settings, we did preclinical studies using mini pig, which weighed about 20 kilograms, maybe half or 1/3 of the human weight. And when defects are created in the articular cartridge of mini pig of knee joints, this defect did not heal spontaneously. But when we transplanted the iPS-C cartridge derived cartridge, it was there. The bottom panel shows the immunohistochemistry using anti-human limiting antibody, which recognize only human protein, but not pig protein, suggesting that these tissues are derived of humans, which means transplanted tissues survive and engrafted and sustain weight of mini pig. So using these findings, maybe we can think of this scheme of treatment. Maybe we take cells such as skin cells or blood cells from patients and convert them to the iPS cells, followed by differentiation into chondrocytes and cartilage and transplantation. And this scheme represents autograft, grafting patients' own cells. But this procedure costs long time and cost. So now there are iPS cell stocks, which is created from the volunteers. So we use this induced pluripotent stem cells created from the volunteer and differentiate them to the chondrocytes and transplant into the defect. In this case, this costs less, but this is allograft, so it could cause immune reactions or immunorejections when transplanted to these cells. Well, on the other hand, cartridge has been considered to have low immunogenicity. It is possible that the transplantation of allogeneic cartridge causes minimal immune reaction because cartridge is avascular. There are no vasculature within the cartridge, only cells and extracellular matrix. So when transplanted to these tissues, host immune cells do not contact with the cells within the transplant. So, to test whether the cartridge allograft is not rejected or rejected, we did experiments using a monkey model because monkey has a similar immune systems with humans. We created monkey iPS cells and create the cartridge from them and transplant into the another monkeys. So allograft. So we tested the two types of cartridge defects. One is osteochondral defects, defects penetrating into bone. And the other defect is a chondral defect, the defect not extending into bones within cartridge defects. When iPS cell allogeneic derived cartridge is transplanted in the osteochondral defects, immune reactions occurs as indicated by the CD3 positive lymphocytes. On the other hand, when they are transplanted into the chondral defects, immune reactions did not occur. So from these results, the chondral defects can be an indication of allogeneic cartridge transplantations. Osteochondral defects needs to more study to be included in the indications. And this is a long-term follow of these transplantations, 4 months after transplantations. These are the transplanted cartridges, as indicated by the positive GFP expressions. We had introduced GFP into the monkey iPS cells, so these are the implanted cells. When defects are were not transplanted, the defects are filled with fibrous tissues. On the other hand, the implanted cartridge forms the articular cartridge surface. So based on these clinical studies including mini pig and monkey studies, and also the safety tests, we performed the clinical tests. Number of patients is 4, and the indication is articular cartridge damage with the size of 1 to 5 square centimeters. And the depth of the defect is within cartridge, the chondral defects. Without matching HL types, without use of immunosuppressive drugs. And we are now summarizing these studies and would like to report near future of the results. So far, currently, the primary endpoint of this study is safety because of limited number of patients, and so far, safety problems has not been reported. So, and this is future directions of our studies. As I told that these osteochondral defects penetrating into bone is cause immune reactions. So to evade these immune reactions, HLA genome-edited iPS cells are now available. HLA, human leukocyte antigens, plays important role in immune reactions when in allogeneic transplantations. So using the CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing technologies, HLA, human leukocyte antigen genes are inactivated in these iPS cells. And when we inactivated class 1 HLA, in this case, these are the monkey model. image. So we found that the CD3 positive T cells were absent in a cartridge derived from MHC class 1 negative monkey iPS cells, but natural killer cells aggregates around the cartridge. Natural killer cells detect the cells which does not express MHC. So maybe we need to develop iPS cells which express minor class 1 antigens and which are enable to the cells to escape from the recognition by NK cells. So that's my talk, and the summary is that cartridge tissue can be created from induced pluripotent stem cells. And allogeneic iPS cell-derived cartridge achieves engraftment in chondral defects and functions as articular cartridge transplantation in animal models. And a clinical study of iPS cell-derived cartridge is underway. And the cartridge derived from HLA genome-edited iPS cells is also being developed. And I'd like to thank our colleagues in the department, and also thanks to the Professor Matsuda in Kyoto University for conduction of clinical trials. And I'd like you to know that well, real iPS cell-derived cartridge is now exhibited in the Wasse Exhibition Center near the Italian pavilions this week. So please, if you have time, please go to Wasse and to see these real iPSC-derived cartridge. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsumaki, and it's really beautiful to visit the pavilion, so please, if you have a chance, go visit it and see how beautiful could be research and how it can translate into reality. It's also beautiful to look at what you're studying, and actually, last time we brought a scientist which told us how to use pluripotent stem cells also for diabetology, for to take care of patients with diabetes type 1. So the applications of cells are multiple. The market for regenerative medicine is exploding. It was 14 billion in 2022. It will be 49 billion in 2028. And this means we need to work on R&D. We need to establish partnerships between different countries, universities, so at the academia level, and also work to make faster the processes of discovery for achieving good safety levels for using these important applications to humans. And this is the future. We are living the future now. And thank you very much again for your presentation.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
So we get to know one side of longevity. To age well, technology is a very important part, and research on healthcare and life sciences is at the core, at the center. But the first topic, actually, we started working on through Agevity was at the basis of this changing world, which is demography. And this is why now, getting into the more interactive part of the event, so establishing this dialogue between Italy and Japan, I'm pleased to introduce the first deep dive into demographic change. So the session is called Longevity, a bridge between longevity societies, from Italy to Japan. And I'm pleased for giving us an overview of what's happening around the world, talking about new frontiers for population and aging. I'm pleased to have here Professor Cecilia Tomassini, which is Professor of Demography at all'Università degli Studi del Molise, University of Molise in Italy, and also part of the board of Agevity, which is the Italian partnership on aging societies. So welcome, and welcome here, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Assolombarda and Silver Economy Network for inviting me today. And, you know, as a contract, we demographers have always to talk about population data. So this is what I'm going to do, but I hope to provide a new view of demographic data in a more positive way. That's my goal today. Let's see if I can get it at the end of the presentation. We all know what population aging is. This is the classical age pyramid for population, and with a lot of young people, very few older people. But there are two phenomena that are creating population aging. One is called aging from the bottom. That means that we are having fewer children, so the base of the pyramid is decreasing, while at the same time you have the mortality reduction that provokes an increase of people reaching old ages. So that's what is creating population aging. And this is not something that happened in the last year. It started with the 50s, and since the 50s, I always start my lesson saying, you know, something happened, the demographic transition. We have an increase in size and an increase in diversity. So population aging is not anymore the study of a single, very homogeneous group of population. I look at, for example, at Italy. First of all, we have to think that when we talk about aging, if we fix the threshold at 65, we are talking now about 35 cohorts of people. It's a huge amount of cohorts. And that makes things a little bit difficult to be dealt with. And while the Italian population, are some data that I can present to you as a contract, as I said, for demographers. As Italian population increased, actually, since 2015, you know, Italy is in the population process. We see the huge increase of the population 65 and plus, and you see we move from 8.3% in the 50s to the actual 24%, almost a quarter of the Italian population is aged 65 and plus, and it's projected to be 34% in 2050. That is actually a few years from now. But what is less known is the aging of the aged population. So how the oldest old of the aged population is increasing. So it represented a mere 0.3% in the 50s, and now it's more or less 4% of the Italian population. And there is an increased proportion of oldest old in the Italian old population. What is interesting is Japan went to the same path. We know that from the 50s, where we were countries with high fertility, not very high longevity, we moved from being young countries to old countries with the same, more or less the same path. Actually, for Japan, it was a little bit faster, and I'll show you why in a minute. So again, almost a third of the population in Japan is 65 plus, and there is an aging within the age population. This is, we always say, this is a global phenomenon. This is the proportion of older people in the world, and we see that has increased. We actually are among the two oldest countries. Even Monaco is the oldest one. Nobody knows, but it is. But you know, It's not a very big population. And these are typical, as a demographer, I have to show you an age pyramid, and this is what I'm showing to you, that we moved from the classical age pyramid with a large base to something else. Actually, my colleague in Milan calls it the sheep. Somebody calls it in a different way, but the age pyramid is moving to something else. So why is the process in Japan went faster in terms of aging compared to Italy? Because in Italy, we experience a very important migration inflows at the end of the 90s, at the beginning of the new century. And these flows of migrants somehow decelerate the process of aging. And these are the proportion of older people with or without the migrants' contribution. You see that the proportion in Italy would have been similar to the Japanese one if migration flows didn't occur. Why? And the number of people in a working population is more or less is higher because of the presence of the migrants. Migrants normally, when migrated, are younger. They are they contribute to the birth rate of a country, even if that's quite interesting. They tend to assimilate the demographic behaviors of the natives. For example, migrants tend to have higher fertility, but when they come into Italy, the level of fertility is going down. So somehow they assimilate the fertility behavior. Having said that we have more older people, it means also that they are less homogeneous. There is a lot of heterogeneity going on in terms of a lot of spheres of life. Health, we are here very interested in health, but partnership, for example, think about our grandparents that used to have a partner for all their life, while now we see among older people, the people that have 1, 2, 3 marriages, and children from different couple situations. Working history, we used to have a job for a life, and now we have different patterns of work history, income, childhood circumstances, fertility history. That's completely different how we have children now compared to the previous generation. Education is very important, geography, and some of these phenomena are, I'm going to show you some data about that. And this is supposed, I'm a statistician as a background, and in order to catch this diversity, we need to have statistical data. This is very important because we cannot talk about aging without knowing the individual data. And so we need to be able to catch this diversity. This is quite important. One of the first things that, as I said, as a contract, I have to show you something about demography of aging. And we are all interested in longevity, and I'll show you some data about that. The transition to low mortality in Italy has been incredible. There is an incredible increase in life expectancy. Here you see life expectancy at birth, at age 60, at age 80, and at age 90. At age 90, you think, okay, now what can you do? You die. No, actually, it's not true. While you were expecting to live up to 3 years in the 70s, actually, even at age 90s, we see improvements in life expectancy. This is quite important because most of the improvements in longevity are now at very old ages. We basically have, let's say, limited mortality at very young age. Infant mortality is low in Italy, in Japan, but the improvements in life expectancy could happen at older ages because there we can increase in terms of longevity. And except for the period of the COVID that has been particularly important for mortality, we have seen in 2023 that we recuperate somehow the longevity level we had before, even if the rate of improvement seems slowing down a little bit in the last years. But we will see. We don't know if this is an established trend or not. Among the positive things, so actually, just think about it, 2.7 years every 10 years gain in life expectancy. It means that every year we live, we gain 3 months. This is incredible. So you think that you live another year and you have an extra of 3 months every year. So it's really an incredible achievement for the human race. And the other good news is that if we see at a measure that we call life expectancy, good quality of life expectancy, the number of years spent in good health in Italy have improved, especially at older ages. So this means really good news for Italy that, we are adding adding years to life expectancy, but also we add new good years to life expectancy. There are some negative aspects, and this can be a threat for the future, that a lot of younger people now are giving up treatments because the costs and the waiting list are long. So who knows if this can be a threat for the future. And there are still important territorial differences within the country. Yes. Despite this idea that aging is a good thing, the normal narrative in the media is bad. So age invaders, a billion shades of gray, Germany aging population threatens AAA. There is really a vision of aging really, really negative. For example, in Italy, it's a very common that I think you heard that, the demographic winter, the demographic glaciations. The idea is that something bad is going to happen. So actually, I'm always show this, the demographic winter, the decline of the human family. Or even in science fiction, there was a very interesting book written, I think in the 80s, it's called Holy Fire, where a gerontocracy took place, power on the earth, and gerontocracy is always associated not to a dictatorship, not to a democracy, because the idea is that all the people have a short perspective of life in front of them, so they do not think about the future, they think about the present and their present. So in order to somehow to change the idea of aging in a more positive way, 2 years ago, in 2022, the Italian Ministry of Research, together with the Next EU funding, has created a national partnership called Agevity. Actually, you were mentioning it before, that with a very massive funding, we started to study the phenomenon really in a very, let's say, I'll show you in a very multidisciplinary with a very massive, let's say, research efforts. You see 27 initial partners, then a lot of them are joining in the following steps of the project. We got 800 research involved. We hired 140 researchers. A lot of stakeholders are actively involved, a lot of publication. We create a national PhD program in life course research. a lot of events. So we are really changing the idea of what is going on in aging. And actually, the new aspects of Agevity is that the first time, maybe it's not common in Japan, but in Italy, used to be like that. We work in a separate, let's say, cages, while Agevity for the first time is looking at the aging process in a multidisciplinary way. You see, we have social sciences, biological sciences, technological science, and we work together with business enterprises, with the education system, and we are now developing our new products in order to make them, ready for the market. And so the new idea of thinking positive about aging is that we need to change perspective. Not demographic winter, not demographic glaciation, but we need to change the idea that what is happening, it's a good thing because we wanted it, because, as the ambassador said before, we all want to live longer. But the idea is that we have to deal with these demographic changes and highlight the opportunities. We have to build a proactive and constructive solution to tackle the challenges they bring. For example, I make you just a short example, 3 minutes, wow. Okay, when you have fun, time goes by. I just show you some very few examples of what does it mean to think positively. Why we need to fix older age at age 65. We have done it 40 years ago when life expectancy was much shorter. So why don't we think about dynamic thresholds for older age? Why don't we think about thinking that, for example, you enter in your old age when you are, on average, 18 years from death? So this could change a little bit the perspective. It's not that where 65 and older people now are completely different from 65 and older people 40 years ago. So the idea of having a prospective old age index makes things a little bit better in terms of aging population. We need to rethink the thresholds. This is something that we demographers are already thinking about how to do that. Or other examples, and I go very quickly. I am working on the AG project on care sustainability for the future. And the idea is that care is going to be an interesting challenge for the future, especially in countries, and Japan is very similar in this respect, where family was really important in the past. So we need to care about the patients and about the caregivers, because they also face problems with, for example, with work trajectories and so on. So what I'm going to do now, I hope quickly, just to give you some few ideas about what can happen in the future. First of all, and something that we always forget, new cohorts of older people are more educated. So what does it mean? That they have better job condition, higher income, better health. I showed you before that health has improved. And they can choose about a better care mix. And actually, this, just I go through quickly, if you have higher education, you live longer. I always said to my students, it doesn't matter if you find a job in the future. At least I gave you 3 more years of life, because you live longer compared to a person without an education title. This is true for men and women, but more for men. Digital knowledge. The new older people are more able to use digital devices. And we already talk about all these telemedicine, telesurveillance tools, but it's also good to keep generation close to each other. For example, now grandparents are able to connect with their grandchildren through digital devices. So that is something very good. For example, again, something that we do at the University of Molise is we have platforms that connect nice rings, the Lord of the Rings, I always call them, that make real-time monitoring and through these devices, and we collect this information, and we collect information on the patient and on the carers as well, because also the carers are going through an health stress when they are providing help to somebody. And this is done, taking in real time their living parameters, and then the artificial intelligence is providing a easy, simplified report in order for the caregivers to understand what's going on. I'll skip the home fit lab, even if it's very nice. The last point that I would like to make is that we have territorial challenges that are really important. Italy, here you see, this is the classification in inner areas in the country. This is the classification of depopulating Italy. The red zones are the zones that are going through a very fast depopulation process. And this is the map of the very old people. This means basically, and these are very similar, so the places that are depopulating faster are the places where older people are more there. So we thought to create an index that is showing what are the part of Italy that needs attention, because in the future they can have problems for informal carers. And this is a very easy index to calculate, and we need to intervene in that territories compared to others. I'll skip this. I want to conclude advocating or crying for an idea that other countries had before us. We all talk about tackling with aging in a multidisciplinary way, with a very wide, open mind. And the legacy of Agit would like to be an institution, an Italian institution of aging. We call I3 Italia, Istituto Italiano Invecchiamento. And the 3 is because E per 3, per 3, and because third age. And the idea is, as other countries have it already, is to put together what we know about aging, research, enterprises, political institutions, all together in order to face the challenge of the future with a better equipped in terms of tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Domesini, and thank you very much also for giving us this beautiful overview, but also for the cooperation and for keeping the time, really. And it's very funny something you said, that when we talk about aging, at first we focus on the issues of aging and not on the opportunities, which is some of the things you're studying within Agit, and some of the things we need to study and to think about, because aging is, let's say, a honor, is a privilege. 50 years ago, we didn't have. Everyone 50 years ago, if would have been asked, would you like to live 20 years longer? I think he or she would have said, yes, of course. And we have the opportunity right now. But let's start also thinking about what everything you said, how it can translate at the local level, what local governments, municipalities, communities are doing right now, not only in Italy, but also in Japan, here. And to do so, I want to introduce Ms. Kaori Akanishi, Senior Staff Planning of the Office Coordination and Liaison Division at the Osaka Prefectural Government, which also is one of the partners of Agevity Japan. Welcome, and thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaori Akanishi from the Planning Office, Osaka Prefecture Government. It is a great honor to speak in front of you. Today, I will talk about Osaka's effort to build a future society that promotes health, vitality, and longevity. This is a program we call the Project to Rejuvenate by 10 years, or sometimes Project to Feel 10 years younger. Now, here is the outline of my presentation. First, I will share some background information and talk about the main features of our project. Next, I will show 3 activities from our project. Finally, I will introduce the events we will hold at Expo venue as a part of our project. And from here, I will continue my presentation in Japanese so that I can give you more accurate information. それでは、まずはじめに、私たちのプロジェクトの概要を説明します。このプロジェクトがスタートしたのは2019年です。大阪では、この万博が開催される前から今回のこの万博のテーマ「命輝く未来社会」のデザインにマッチしたプロジェクトを実施してまいりました。この「命輝く未来社会」というテーマは大阪でも実現を目指すべきもの、重要なものだというふうに考えたからです。次にこのプロジェクトが目指しているのは、大阪府民が生き生きと暮らすことです。これまで実証事業やイベント、また YouTube での情報発信などを実施してまいりました。次に私どもがなぜ命輝く未来社会というテーマを重要だと感じたのか、プロジェクトの背景を説明します。このスライドは大阪府民の健康寿命と平均寿命の状況を示しています。日本は長寿国として有名ですが、私どもは2つの課題があると考えております。まず1つ目はスライドの左側、大阪府民の健康寿命の順位が低いことです。日本には47の都道府県がありますが、男性は44位、女性は40位という状況です。また、課題の2つ目は、この中央の赤い矢印の部分です。これは平均寿命と健康寿命の間の差になります。生活に支障のある期間が約10年もあるということを意味しています。こうした寿命のデータを踏まえまして、私どもは2つの方向での取り組みが必要と考えています。まず一つは、住民の健康寿命を伸ばすことです。また、これに加えて、病気や老化で少し不健康な状態にあっても、生き生きと暮らせるようにするための取り組みも重要と考えています。たとえ健康寿命が伸びたとしても、 先ほどお話しした不健康な期間、これをゼロにすることはできないからです。では次に、私どもがどのような分野や方法で取り組みを進めてきたのか、プロジェクトの特徴を2つ説明いたします。まず1つ目は、取り組みの分野が幅広いということです。例えば、運動や食事の改善といった一般的な健康の取り組みだけでなく、笑うことや楽器の演奏、こういった取り組みも実施をしてきました。また、スライドの中に企業の取り組みの促進という項目もありますが、こちらは企業との連携も重視してまいりました。大阪府が企業から事業を公募したり、大阪府からは事業の成果を情報発信したりしてまいりました。また、特徴の2つ目です。先端技術を積極的に活用してまいりました。本日はこの後、こうした先端技術を活用した事例についてご紹介をさせていただきます。それでは次の話題に移りまして、これまでに実施しました3つの事例をご紹介します。まず1つ目は、認知機能の維持や向上を目指した取り組みです。こちら左側の実証事業です。高齢者の方に対話型の AI ロボットを使っていただき、ロボットとのコミュニケーションが認知機能に与える影響を検証しました。また、右の写真ですが、こちら、認知症予防をテーマにしたイベントです。参加者は VR ゴーグルをつけまして、目の前に落ちてくるボールは赤のコントローラーで、目の前に落ちてくる青のボールは左のコントローラーでタッチをするというゲームを体験いただきました。こうしたイベントへの参加を通じて、認知症予防の新しい方法があるということを知っていただく機会になりました。続いて2つ目の事例について紹介いたします。この写真は大阪府にある千里丘という駅です。左側には上に上がるエスカレーター、右側には階段があります。こういうシチュエーションでは多くの方がエスカレーターを使用しがちになります。そこで階段を利用してもらうための仕掛けを1ヶ月間設置をいたしました。具体的には階段に旅するならどちらに行きたいですか？西ですか？東ですか？と問いかける装飾を行いました。また、駅には階段を使った人数を計測するセンサーを設置をしまして、消費カロリーなどのモチベーションが上がる情報をこのモニターに表示しました。さて、階段の利用者に変化はあったでしょうか。 結果はこちらです。仕掛けの設置中は階段の利用者が、仕掛けの設置中は階段の利用者が 59% 増加しました。また特に注目したいのは仕掛けを撤去した後です。仕掛けを撤去した2ヶ月後、引き続き階段を利用している方が多くおられました。効果の持続が確認されまして、駅で階段を使うことが当たり前になる、そういったきっかけになった事業と考えております。最後に3つ目の事例、高齢者の呼吸機能を鍛える事例をご紹介します。こちらは VR 吹き矢の体験事業を実施したものです。VR 吹き矢は VR ゴーグルをつけてと息を吹くと仮想空間上で矢が飛んでいくゲームです。あちこちに現れるターゲットに向かってと息を吹いて矢を当てます。ゲームの最後には点数、スコアが表示されますので、もっと頑張ろうという意欲につながる仕組みになっています。この VR 吹き矢を高齢者施設で3ヶ月間実施しましたところ、参加者の肺活量がアップする傾向が確認されました。本日は体験の様子を撮影した動画、ムービーを準備しましたので、ご覧いただきたいと思います。右側の女性に注目してください。
出ないね。
はい、続いて2ヶ月後の様子です。
そうですね。いいですね。じゃあ今日どうしましょう。いや、受けましたか。何点ですか。ここにしますか。来たんですか。惜しい惜しい惜しい惜しい。
はい、動画は以上です。力強く息が吹けるようになったのがご覧いただけたかと思います。また笑顔が見られるようになりましたので、楽しみながらトレーニングをできているというところが私どもにとっても大変嬉しい事例となりました。ここまでが私どもの活動事例の紹介でございます。最後に私どものプロジェクトがエキスポ会場で7月に開催するイベントについてご紹介させていただきます。イベントではこれまで連携してきた企業の皆様が健康や長寿を促す技術を展示をいただきます。来場者はその技術を実際に体験できるイベントとなっております。場所はこちらギャラリーウエストという西側の会場です。イベントの具体的な内容をご紹介します。私どもは12の体験ブースを設置いたします。来場者は先端技術を使って自分の体の状態を簡単にチェックできます。ぜひ皆様に ご自身の健康を改善する方法を見つけて帰っていただきたいと思っております。このスライドでは体験内容の一例としまして、認知機能のチェック、また毛細血管の状態のチェック、それから AI を使った歩行解析の3つをご紹介していますが、イベントでは先ほど動画を見ていただきました VR 吹き矢、あちらも体験できます。皆様もご自身の健康のために、また企業の素晴らしい技術の体験にぜひお越しいただきたいと思います。本日の発表は以上となります。As the Osaka Prefecture government, we will continue our efforts to help people in Osaka live healthy and active lives. I look forward to seeing you at the event in July. Thank you very much for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kore Kanishi. And it's beautiful to see the work you're doing at Osaka and also in Milan, which is the twin city from Italy. There's experiences going on the same ways. So we're trying also, the municipality of Milan is trying to cooperate with companies and academia to foster innovation for elderly, healthier lives. And I'm sure we could continue this dialogue and maybe kick off a positive exchange of experiences between our cities. So thank you very much again. So thank you for this first introduction and this deep dive into the demographic change and trajectories. And we go to the second part of the meeting, of the forum. This year we decided to focus on 4 main topics. Normally in our forum in Italy we dedicate sessions to this. So today we are really asking to the honorable speakers to go really quick on the point, but I'm sure they will be able to deliver you the right message. I will just introduce you for this part of the forum some information about the research, also the work we are doing as a Silver Economy Network, Assolombarda. We are exchanging thoughts and we are working on some papers to highlight the trends of demography. I don't know if if you have, perfect. So I will be very, very fast. So many of the things I will show you, all the speakers already told you about. The things we wanted to highlight throughout Agevity Japan is that we need to focus on the global challenges, and demographic shifts are one of the most important challenges we are facing. This is just a synthesis from the global challenges highlighted by the United Nations, WHO, so all the international organizations. But demographic shift is really important. It's an opportunity. I was saying this at the very beginning. We are living longer, but living longer implies also that we need to live in a healthier way, to manage a population that's aging, and also we need to think about new policies for mitigating the birth rate, which is declining, and it's changing the structure of our society. So we need to focus on new targets and needs. Global population is going to shrink all around the world. This phenomenon has started in Italy and in Japan in the last decades, so it's very recent. And our professor Tomasini told us why this, in reality, this started in the 50s. So it's not something really happening right now, but it's something that is part of our history. And another important highlight, which was pointed out by everyone, is the importance of not only life expectancy, so having the idea of this opportunity of life, which is extending more and more, but the priority of healthy life expectancy. So we need to live healthier for mitigating the impact, the negative sides of these demographic shifts. We need to have a population which will be healthier, younger and elderly, so all the areas, all the sides of the population need to preserve and achieve better lifestyles, and we need to invest a lot on prevention and R&D. So the future of our society really depends on our ability to increase healthy life expectancy, and this is for the future of our generations, so not only the people living today, but also the people that are coming to the planet. And only in this way we can make aging and longevity sustainable for everyone and for really the world, so for every city, every nation, and for the planet. Today, we will try to understand how Italy and Japan are working on this challenge through 4 thematic areas, or drivers, as we want to call them. One, which is the first time we're talking about it, is environment and sustainability. The second one will be life science research and innovation. Then we will talk about the role of prevention and health population management, and last but not least, of course, artificial intelligence, technology, and robotics, which are playing a huge role across the society, from the industry to the local communities. There is a very strong link between all these topics and longevity and health. As you can see, there's of course a correlation between pollution, sustainable environments, and health and longevity. There is a correlation between prevention, of course, and aging well, but still, and this is a data from Italy, 50% of the population does not enter into prevention programs. There's a very, we have seen and we have heard it before, there's a direct relation between life science innovation, regenerative medicine, and aging well, and longevity. And of course, robotics is playing a great role, not only in terms of healthcare, but also in terms of assistance and connections. A very important part, a very important area we are going to study more and more, also with the support of university, is the role artificial intelligence technologies can have in a society where the family structures are not the same as they were 20, 30 years ago, and connections are really, really important. So, having done this very short and brief introduction, and thank you for your attention, I really want to go directly to the first topic we want to address today, and this is environment and sustainability, which is one of the global priorities we see today. And I want to welcome here with me on the stage Professor Prisco Piscitelli, which is epidemiologist and vice president at the Italian Society of Environmental Medicine. Please, Prisco, can you join me here? And also from Italy and also from Japan, I just want to welcome Akihiro Usutani. Please welcome, and which is General Manager of Business and Product Development Center, Environment Business Headquarters, Canadivia Corporation. So a company from Japan. Please welcome. And this is the model. Welcome, and thank you very much for being here. So our model at Agevity Forum is to link industry, academia, link, and institutions, and see different perspectives on similar topics. So today we wanted to hear from Professor Piscitelli how the environment and health are linked, and how we need to address this topic. And from Akihiro Sutani, how Canadivia is contributing actually for environmental sustainability and the future longevity. So we will start from the scientific point of view. So please, Professor, I'll leave you the floor. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
pointer.
Thanks a lot. I really thank the Silver Network and Felicia and obviously Assolombarda for this invitation. We are actually facing my first slide. What are the environmental threats to human health? And what approach should be adopted? Yes, we are used to the air pollutants and to soil and water contaminants and their relation with human health. But we have to say that this is really a recent issue, and it has just recently been acknowledged the precautionary principle as one of the bases of coping with these threats. The precautionary principles, and this is the definition, enables a rapid response in the face of a possible danger to human, animal or plant health, or to protect the environment, where scientific data do not permit a complete evaluation of the risk. So even where there are no definite proofs that something is dangerous, it is important to consider that in case of possible risks, something must be done. What must be done? A preliminary scientific and objective evaluation. This is important because if something may have a dangerous effect, but it is not certain, this risk must be identified by a preliminary objective scientific evaluation. And that means that the recourse of precautionary principle is needed for all the substances that are comprises in the Group 2 of the EARC, the International Agency of Research on Cancer, based in Lyon, which has already recognized more than 126 carcinogens that are certainly carcinogens for humans, and there is evidence for that. And then more than 400 have been contaminants have been classified in Group 2, which means that they are possibly human carcinogens, and on these substances where final evidence is not available, the precautionary principle must be applied. So this means that we should not be exposed, and this is one of the things why we should not be exposed to air pollution, because PM10, PM2.5, which is something we can measure, and also ultrafine particulate, which is something we cannot even measure, PM1, PM0.1, they contain a lot of heavy metals, dioxins, and other substances that can adhere on this particulate matter and enter in the human body through the respiratory tract and be absorbed, and so they are delivered in a systemic way into our body. These are the sources, main sources, and the main contaminants then we can breathe, and you see that the different contaminants are produced by different sources. For example, PM2.5 is mostly produced by households during the winter when we have to keep warm our houses and we turn off the heating. The transportation mainly produce the nitrogen oxide, and the energy, the SO2, while ammoniac is mostly produced by agriculture. This is a picture of the particulate matter produced in the world. As you can see, the desert sands is widely represented, and if you look here at China, for example, you see that it is heavily represented, but we have to say that China is the country where we observe a most fast decrease in the contamination of air pollutants and PM. It is a recent issue. Only in 2010 we have the first Lancet Commission set, the Lancet Commission on Pollution and Health, that was published in 2012 and considered air pollution as a major risk factor for public health. And let me say that as these experts from the Lancet Commission says, Sir Andrew Haynes particularly, which I know personally, we do not have even idea of how bad is for our health the air pollution, breathing a bad air quality. And then there is the position made from the International Agency of Research on Cancer that only in 2013 recognized the particulate matter as a cancerogen for human, certain cancerogen for human, and only in 2015 the General Assembly, so 10 years ago, a recent issue, recognized air pollution as a major threat for human health. So you see how recent is this issue and why it is a problem, the huge impact it has at the European level, more than 400,000 premature deaths each year. It's a pandemic. This is a pandemic figure which is totally ignored. These are the numbers of the first year of COVID pandemic in Europe, and they happen each year as premature deaths and directly attributed to air pollution. And just because we have no tests, as we had for COVID, no rapid test to link these premature deaths to the air pollution, we don't even recognize this impact, which turns into 20 billion euros of direct costs per year, plus enormous impact of indirect costs. Every year, the European Agency for Environment is publishing a report on annual air quality report, and WHO, the World Health Organization, in 2005 adopted the first air quality guidelines, setting up some limits for the health security of people, which are actually the half of the limits set by European Union, which actually have been revised. As you can see, if you look at the EU limits, so which means when we close our cities because of air pollution, we are in a figure with which at numbers where all the lung cancer, cardiovascular or cardiopulmonary mortality and general mortality due to air pollution has already been occurred. That's why the Air Quality Directive of the European Union has been revised to be consistent with the updated air quality guidelines of WHO of 2021, which actually cut the limits to the half of the previous ones, and this is even more challenging. You see, like these are some figures published by the Barcelona Institute for Global Health, that every year there are more than 100,000 annual avoidable deaths in the 1,000 cities in case of compliance with WHO guidelines of 2021. So, as you can see, there is no limit which is really protective for the human health. This is one of the studies we have performed as Italian Society of Environmental Medicine on the city of Taranto, where an heavy industrial steel plant is located, which this is an issue that I followed personally, and I personally discovered during a meeting of European Commission Directorate that the European Union is funding some new ways of producing steel with electric furnaces which use hydrogen, so which is not impactful for human health, while we are using 5 million tons of carbon per year for producing the steel in this steel plant of Taranto, which turns into higher premature mortality for the cities, which have been estimated in more than 1,000 deaths in less than 10 years, with a peak of plus 68% mortality in people living exactly nearby the steel plant. But the problem is widely recognized at world level, at international level. You have to imagine that in this study published by our British colleagues that started in a One Health perspective in Mexico City and then was translated also in Manchester, they found per each gram of our brain tissue, in autopsies of people died in Manchester, Mexico City, million of nanoparticles of metals due to air pollution that enters directly through the nose into our brain. So the effects of air pollutants on health affect our brain, our heart. 27% of heart disease, of people dying from ischemic heart attack or strokes, 34% of strokes, and 33% of people dying for lung cancer are directly attributed by the WHO to air pollution, especially for the heart and the strokes. This is something that is not recognized because the contaminants enter directly into the blood and may induce an inflammation, a systemic inflammation, after having been passed through our lungs. As you can see, the effects are very huge, and these are all the type of problems that can arise in response to the air pollutants. WHO cancer statistics says that 20 million new cancer cases are due to air pollution and 9.7 million deaths. So these are figures that are tremendous, and an Italian study, the Santieri study, has demonstrated that people who live in polluted areas, there are 41 polluted areas who are monitored in Italy, experience an excess of cancer, including in pediatric age, and this is dramatic. We should protect the health of our children and of our young people, and to do that we have to pass from genetics, from a genetic perspective, to an epigenetic perspective, because a picture that we made with the president of CIMA in the study of Sir Richard Roberts, the Nobel Prize of Genetics, who discovered the splicing of DNA in Boston, and this really represents a new frontier. This means that the contaminants can directly interact with the triggers of our genes. So the epigenome, you have to imagine the epigenome as the triggers of our genes. So we are overcoming the Darwinism and the neo-Darwinism in science, because if there is an interaction with the triggers of the genes that can activate the oncogenes or disactivate the genes, the oncosuppressor genes, we can have figures like that, we have an increase of breast cancer in young women, an increase of cancers in children who are most exposed to, for example, oil combustion, carcinogens deriving from roads, railways, and other conditions. This, as you can see, the trends are really increasing continuously since the 70s, the 90s, and the figures we see in children is, for Italy, for example, is an increase of 3.2% each year, which means from the year 2000, which means more than 70% from the year 2000 to date. And this impact is not limited to the cancer, but epigenetics has an impact also on pathologies that are linked to autoimmunity, a link with the increase of diabetes, and even with the metabolic syndrome and obesity. But what we see, especially in most polluted areas, this is a study, and I'm almost finishing my presentation, which have been carried out by my institute with funds provided by the Ministry of Health in different cities of Italy. We see that among children living in Pisa, Cagliari, Milan, and industrial city of Taranto, when analyzing the placenta of these newborns, we see that there are significant associations between environmental exposures during pregnancy and the methylations, which means those epigenetic alterations that can trigger specific genes for cancer and not only for cancer. This is an epidemiological study that have been carried out in the last year, determining which is the impact of cancer in Italy in each province and also in young people between 20 and 49 years old. And this is an editorial that I've been recently publishing, calling for a new vision of epidemiology and medicine that can change the vision of prevention that we have to adopt. We have to pass to a vision mostly focused on secondary prevention to the primary prevention, as Lorenzo Tomatis, the founder of YARC, was calling when he was speaking of the epigenetic paradigm. You see that in 1979 he was speaking about prenatal exposure to chemical carcinogens and its effect on subsequent generations. And I'm closing my presentation by reminding you what I did in my editorial I was presenting before, that in the Treccani Encyclopedia edition of 1955, when you were searching for the word tumor, cancer, it was written that it was a professional disease of workers of chemical industry. So we have to say that these chemical carcinogens were confined and limited to occupational exposures, and they became a general population exposures. In 1992, he was speaking about transgeneration transmission of cancer risk and indicating primary prevention as the only way to protect public health. So the only possible way is the primary prevention, a real primary prevention, shifting from the early diagnosis to not letting people get sick. Thanks to all the bodies involved in this conference here in this beautiful Italian pavilion in Osaka. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Prisco. And when we first met, I mean, the link between us was really the conviction that we need to work on planetary health and preserve the health of younger generation for the future of elderly generations. And this is a key factor also on the topics we want to address. But talking about planetary health and sustainability, I'm pleased to have again Akihiro Usutani here, representing Canadevia Corporation, which also operates in Italy. So we are very pleased to know how you're contributing as a company and how the industry can play a role for reducing the impact of pollution, environment factors, negative factors on healthcare.
Okay, thank you very much. So I came from completely different industries, so therefore it is better to introduce my company first. So who is Canadevia? My company was founded in 1881. It's 144 years ago as a shipbuilding company, and now transformed into environmental solution provider. Today, our revenues, around 70% of our revenue comes from environmental business, and rest from, for example, carbon neutral solution. And in the right-hand side, around 50%, 70% revenue comes from Japan, and the rest from outside of Japan. This is today's situation. As a global leader of environmental solution provider, we are very honored to present to COP29 last year. And our CEO, Michi Kuwahara, had the opportunity to present our effort to raise awareness of environmental protection and decarbonization. So today, waste is impending emergency. In 1990, we generated 700 million tons of waste. In 2010, it was 1.3 billion. And forecasted in 2050, it will be 4.5 billion tons. So I can say, convert it to per person per day. In Japan, we produce around 890 grams of waste per day. I can see similar number for Italy. So this is the hierarchy of waste management. Maybe EU people from Italy knows this triangle. The hierarchy consists of 5 tiers. The first one, top one, is most preferable measure, prevention. And the last one, the bottom one, is we want to avoid dispose something. For Japanese people, I think it is more easy to understand. This is 3R initiative: reduce, reuse, recycle. This is well known in Japan, and elementary school boys and girls study in their school. And here, our waste energy technology is located thermal recovery. So from now on, I would like to explain our solution. So this is very typical waste to energy plant flow chart. The waste comes from the left-hand side of the picture and put into the furnace and treated thermally, more than 800 degrees. The gas goes to boiler and energy recovered and generate electricity with the steam turbine generator. Sometimes we provide heat to the district heating. After that, flue gas goes to flue gas treatment system. And after cleaning the emission, the gas go out to the atmosphere from the chimney. So this is state-of-the-art environmental protection we can install into the waste-to-energy plant. We remove NOx, dioxin, dust, SOx, and hydrogen HCl, and heavy metals with state-of-the-art flue gas treatment system. With high temperature thermal treatment, we can reduce impact of air pollution, such as dioxin, NOx, SOx, HCl, dust, PM10, PM2.5. And we can reduce methane emission, and we can reserve land area compared to landfilling. And of course, thermal treatment can promote sanitation And moreover, we can recover energy and resources. In the next page, you can see the material we can recover from the system. In the left-hand side, green hydrogen. We can recover green hydrogen through, for example, electrolysis and through gasification. In the middle, we can recover metals such as aluminum, copper, lead, zinc, steel, and iron. We also able to recover aggregates. And from fly ash, we can recover potassium fertilizer, de-icing equipment, and sodium chloride. So we have 1,570 waste-to-energy references worldwide, mainly in Japan and Europe. This is Maishima waste-to-energy plant next to this expo. You can see the chimney, nice view, I think. And Canada Beer is very active also in Italy. We have 3 head offices, 3 locations. We have main office in Milan, only 300 meters from the central station. And we delivered more than 60 renewable gas plants, and now we are active in, for example, Pianfi. Our solution is tailored. So from the left bottom, total waste reduction, to that light upper, realization of resilience eco-society, all targeting to the net zero environmental impact. So waste is impending emergency. However, we have solution. Solution is available, proven and affordable, leading to the global sustainability, which is essential for healthy environment and population longevity. So it's now on your hand, our hand. Thank you very much. And before, okay. So, okay, thank you. So we have 4 activities here in Expo. Please come and join us. Future City Pavilion next to the West Gate. This is our pavilion. And you can see smart bin with smart apples in the center of the pavilion, in the Expo. And we also delivered biogas power plant to the Japanese pavilion. So all the food waste goes to the biogas plant and generate biogas and generate electricity. And we also delivered catalytic methanation plant. This is located a bit outside of the Expo. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. Thank you very much both to Professor Piscitelli and to Mr. Sutani. And please have a seat, and thank you again. And it was beautiful to see how from the issue we already have solutions. From Japan to Italy, companies are playing really a big role to solve the challenging and the issues posed by let's say decisions made many years ago. And this is for the future longevity and for the future of health. But now, talking about the future of health, we go directly to the life science innovation talk, and we have here with us this time Professor Nobuhiro Ayashi, Vice President for International Strategy and Engagement at the Institute of Science Tokyo. Please have a seat. Welcome. And we also have with us from Italy Alessandro Maiocchi, Innovation Hub Director of Bracco, which is one of the company's partners of our event. Welcome. So, talking about life science innovation, we would love to start from the Institute of Science Tokyo, which recently merged two important organizations in Tokyo. We met last year first, and this year you have a brand new brand. And of course, life sciences has a very important role for your institute. So please, Professor Nobuhiro Hayashi, I'll leave you the floor to talk about the future of longevity from your perspective. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your beautiful introduction. So I'm so happy to attend today's meeting. So yeah, again, I'm a Vice President for International Strategy and Engagement at Science Tokyo, so Nobuhiro Hayashi. So thank you again for inviting us to these wonderful opportunities. So I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce the new our universities and the initiative related to today's topic. Okay. So last year, these two universities merged to form a new university, Institute of Science Tokyo. The former Tokyo Tech is my previous positions, and so previously we were 143 years old, but now we are very baby, so 0-year-old. And
question preconceptions to freely integrate knowledge and technology. Celebrate individuality to foster a rich culture of creation. Continuously innovate to make the world a better place. Tokyo Institute of Technology and Tokyo Medical and Dental University. Two leading universities in Japan, spearheading the advancement of science, are integrating to drive and embrace new challenges. Solving the diverse societal issues faced by the world today. Creating well-being in people's daily lives and in the broader community. Spawning innovation, creating anew. At Science Tokyo, where trailblazing pioneers come together, we believe in the transformative power of science to create a better future for and with society. Wowing the world with the infinite possibilities of science. Advancing science and human well-being. Science Tokyo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to show our video. So this chart summarizes some statistical data of Science Tokyo. So one of the characteristics is that there are more graduate students than undergraduate students. The reason for this is that most graduate courses are offered in English, not in Japanese. This is why many international students are able to enter through the graduate schools. So to create solutions for an increasingly complex and diverse world, the new universities will develop convergent science based on comprehensive knowledge obtained through the convergence of science and engineering, medicine and dentistry, yeah, of course, informatics, and also liberal arts, humanities, and social science. This is the philosophy that the new university will uphold. There are some keywords that indicate the direction of the Science Tokyo, like human well-being. So we want to narrow the distance between university, academia, and society So under that philosophy, this is what the new university will address. There are also keywords that indicate the direction of the Science Tokyo, like science, human well-being, and with society. And these are the three new goals we have set for ourselves in response to various global challenges. Better planet, better society, yeah, of course, better life. For each of these, we list what must be done. So included in that list is today's topic, well-being. We have listed here the research areas in which Science Tokyo is particularly focused. Of these, HLS, so right side up, holistic science is relevant to today's topic. So life science are expected to make the world a better place. However, in order to implement life science in society, it is necessary to collaborate with the other research fields like mechanics, electricity, robotics, AI, like that. The HLS is an ecosystem for this purpose. So HLS is a kind of an interdisciplinary consortium of researchers. There are several researchers, not only from life science, but also from the mechanics, computational, also from the social science. Because of this system, when Science Tokyo is presented with an issue, it can immediately assemble a team to tackle that issue completely. So I myself, its representative, so I have to introduce this one. So these three areas of research that can only be undertaken by a newly established university, Science Tokyo, have been planned and proposed here. The second of these initiatives is related to today's themes. So this is the vision of the future we want to realize with human studies. Here, life logs are taken by placing sensors around each person and by collecting records of daily life. At the same time, data that provides a comprehensive picture of the person's health status are also obtained. The data means the right part of the upside. So I'm sorry, but this one. So that is the data, including comprehensive health status information. So by combining these data and performing machine learning, an AI as a person's body that understands the person better than the person himself or herself are developed. This AI will be a person's companion and advisor, making the person's life more comfortable. This AI works with the local community to support the person's life through connecting each individual with local communities. So as you can see here, Japan has a rapidly aging populations. As some presenters have talked today, especially for elderly, we hope to realize such a society through the system I mentioned earlier. Each person then shares their information with their respective AI partner and consult with the AI to decide how they want to live in order to become the person they want to be. In addition, the services necessary to achieve this goal are provided through collaboration between the local community, including local industries, and the AI. By building a social system that enables people to become who they want to be without having to take care of anyone else, we hope to realize a society in which people are truly to live together. The important thing is to gain the trust and understanding of stakeholders like this. So this is our previous initiatives at the local area Kakegawa in Japan. We have noticed a relationship of trust with Kakegawa city over the years, over 5 years. For Japan, Italy is a very familiar country. So Italian restaurants, there are so many, and my favorite one is Italian food. And we strongly hope to build a relationship of trust in the future also for these matters. At this time. So we were able to gain the understanding of the local communities and were on the verge of commercialization. But unfortunately, the project was interrupted due to a pandemic. So Science Tokyo has our offices all over the world like this. So based on these bases, we would also like to promote the initiatives I mentioned earlier in cooperation with the rest of the world. And we also have a base of operations in Europe. We have already begun consultations with several countries about these initiatives. We also have a base in Europe, and based there, we like to work with Italy as well. For Japan, Italy is a very familiar country. I very much like to work with Italy to realize a society where people can live longer and happy lives, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. So as for the introduction of Science Tokyo, that's all for me. So thank you for your attention, and I hope we can have a fruitful and promising discussion today and fruitful future collaborations with your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. And we need to have also one of your offices in Italy. If you are in Europe, I mean, you cannot just be in Germany. So this is one of the objectives we will give ourselves for the next months. And now I leave the floor to Alessandro Maiocchi, Innovation Hub Director at Bracco. What's innovation for Bracco concerning life sciences?
Means. Okay, so thank you, I am very happy to be here today because I think we can offer a different angle in terms of discussion about what we can do to improve medicines in terms of well-being and trying to add what we have already seen this morning and with some different concept associated to the usage of imaging, because imaging is our core knowledge and market. So I think we should start from this angle. But at the end of my talk, I think we arrive more or less very close to what you have said before, right? So indeed, we are talking about imaging and also data integration in order to move forward towards a different kind of medicine that is less reactive and more proactive. And in order to make this shift, we need to change some things in our systems. And what we can change from the perspective of Bracco is some things that start from two basic keywords. The first keyword is prevention, but with a little bit different meaning for us, because prevention for us means prevent the occurrence of a disease in a very heavy way within the the individual body. That means essentially early diagnosis. So prevention can change, if we look at in this way, can change the life of patients, because when we're talking about early intervention, also we increase the probability of cure instead of increase the probability of chronicity. The second point, second keywords is precision imaging, because of course we want to try to support medicine in the concept of precision medicines, but that exists only when there is also precision imaging or precision diagnostics. And this is because, of course, the choice for a better therapy in the right time for the right patients require the stratification of the patients, the clear knowledge about the physiopathological conditions of these patients, and in this way, and following this concept, imaging also can offer some specific tools that help or can help doctors to make better treatments. So Bracco essentially is working in the imaging context, so medical imaging, and it started in this field almost 100 years ago. But what is, I think, the very important aspect for Bracco is that its continuous growth has been derived by the decision to innovate continuously. And indeed, we have several different products in many different areas of medicine, from typical pharmaceutical product, even some medtech products, considering also software and AI applications in it. And also we have a branch, a business unit dedicated to the delivery of healthcare services, but I think this is that is CDI, is Centro Diagnostico Italiano, but we will have a dedicated speech about CDI that will be better than what I can do from myself. So we have already seen a lot of numbers regarding aging and health. I want to put your attention on two different numbers. And the concept is that people after 60, 65 years old have a very important problem. Essentially, for most of them, they have multiple chronic disease. And this is the real is the point that we should try to change as soon as possible, even starting with the tools that we have today. And we have just to try to use these tools in a different way in order to try to mitigate this kind of burden, because it's really too much. And what we can try to do, at least from our perspective, is to use better the imaging modalities we have in clinical practice today, trying to take advantages from each one of these technologies, because not all technologies can offer the same perspective and the same quality or the same level of applications, but each one of them has some pros and cons. And in combination with contrast agents or imaging agents, we can change a lot the information contents of the images that can be generated by using these technologies. And indeed, we can move from an imaging that is mainly morphological imaging, just to understand how big or could be a certain disease. We can also try to extract information associated to the physiology or pathophysiological conditions of a certain disease, and also some metabolic condition. This is very important because can make the difference for the patients in order to define the right treatment. And also supporting this medical decision in a short time instead of a long run. One of the most relevant changes that is occurring today in the imaging field is the concept of quantitative imaging, because up to now we should say that radiologists are still working just looking to visual inspection mainly of our images, radiological images. And sometimes they can also lose additional important information that could be derived using a dedicated tool that can extract more tiny informations that are related to the signal that has been obtained from the technology and from the application of the technology, but are not so clearly expressed with respect to what the radiologist can do. And indeed, we are talking about invisible biomarkers, so invisible biomarkers for the radiologist. So there are a lot of properties within an image that can be extracted and can be used in order to see if these features may be related to some additional concept regarding the pathological condition. So this is an example of how biomarkers can be quantified. So biomarkers are measurable features that are associated to a specific imaging procedure. The pipeline is quite complex. We don't have time in order to, look deeply inside to this. But what is important is to say that they are existing already. They can provide us some real advantages, and the concept is just to, try to put this as much as possible into the clinical practice, of course, considering their robustness and also their standardization. But at the end, this is one way in which we can improve the amount of information that we can extract from common imaging procedures, just adding some additional tools like AI analysis. And indeed, there are several different applications about biomarkers, and this is one example of how we can extract information from a total body MRI. And the analysis of body composition can also provide some risk of mortality in patients, and this is not so obvious. So this is just a matter of analysis, of better analysis of what we are doing in a quantitative way. This is another example for metabolic, as a metabolic biomarker. Here the modality is completely different. We are talking about CT, so it's an X-ray instead of an MRI. And just looking to some specific biomarkers like skeletal muscles or abdominal fat, aortic calcification, and so on, all this can be quantified by the analysis of images slice by slice. And then it could be possible, as has been demonstrated by also this work, that it can be, we can provide some stratification about people in terms of their longevity. And this is an interesting concept, right? So looking at the, how our body is made at a certain time, we can stratify it with respect to some expectation. And then we can use these measures in order to see if some treatments or some change of their lifestyles can also change some things at this level, and then see if we are moving in the right direction or not. So imaging is not enough, probably, in order to become really proactive in terms of new medicine. So we need also the integration of different kind of clinical data, and we are moving closer to what you have said before. Multimodal data analysis is a very important concept. We have to add the imaging to other kind of data. We should be able to treat this number all together, developing the right tools and also the capability to retrieve all this information for all the patients in a systematic way. And at the end of the day, this is the concept that we should try to move on, at least in my perspective. So the concept of the digital twin of each individual that can collect all the information that is related to its healthiness. And also collection of information that comes from different sources of data, like sensor around us, in order to, for example, look at the exposome of a person, or just to see if there are some possible interaction with the pollution to the environment around it, but also looking at its lifestyles, but also a lot of other data that can be even extracted in a real time, right? So because the digital twin at the end is a digital copy of an individual, and is a sort of terminal of a lot of different technologies that all together are organized and in order to continuously extract data, acquire data, and extract information, and then translate this information into prediction of some things. And this can be done just creating a link between the digital copy and the real copy, and moving continuously in this way. Is something possible? I think yes. Perspectively, this is what we should try to implement in a systematic way. There are a lot of initiatives that are trying to develop this kind of concept. Just one more than the other, I want to say that there is a specific European initiatives dedicated to the development of virtual human twins. So it's an important concept that perspectively we have to try to develop as much as possible, and arriving more or less to exchange information also from Europe and Japan, because at the end the concept of having a system that can collect information and use this information for the benefit of the patients is a general problem, and so it's not just a matter of countries. Okay, so thank you very much. I think we can conclude here. And just one last thing, and I would just say that as Bracco, we are always open to discussions and also interaction with institutions and research centers around the world, particularly also here in Japan. So For us, it's just a matter of the opportunity to have few minutes to discuss and to start for doing something new. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And sorry for being a little bit late, but we will try to recover later. So thank you very much to both Professor Ayashi and Alessandro Maiocchi for the presentation. And now we go straight to prevention. We have talked about it on and on during the last speeches. And well, for prevention and future health, we have two valuable representatives here. One has already participated to Agevity, to our event, Agevity Forum in Italy last year, is Professor Rio Kawasaki, Professor of Public Health in Department of Social Medicine of the Graduate School of Medicine, University of Osaka. Please welcome here. And Andrea Mescenero, CEO of CDI, Centro Diagnostico Italiano. Welcome. So, Professor Kawasaki, we start from the perspective of Japan on prevention. We have talked about it. It's a key for longevity, is one of the drivers also for life science research. And we are here for listening your vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back a little bit about the history before we start talking about the future. And this Osaka prefecture, I'm from the University of Osaka. And this is where one of the early medical doctor of Japan, Koan Ogata, founded a very small private school, not just for medicine, but mainly the medicine, imported all the information from European countries to Japan and tackled with challenges like cholera or the smallpox, all those things at the ancient days. And I think the Koan Ogata is very good figure to think the mixture of academia and industry. He got a lot of good patrons to spread new ideas into all over Japan with all the young students came under his name. And also he, not just as a founder of Osaka University, but also his students studied a lot of schools, university all over Japan. And other proud colleagues of Osaka University, we still have this ancient small house in Osaka City. If you got a time, you should visit there. And we now have evolving all the concept or mixture of academia, industrial partners, and using those ideas into the prevention. And I think, as we heard, the prevention is very important because the huge disease burden is pressuring us these days. And if we go back a little bit about the history again, after World War II, we had a very difficult time having a very bad environment. So the food security, malnutrition, infectious disease was a major cause of the disease. So at that time, what we really wanted to achieve is to live long to see our as much as we can. But of course, as the society develops and the industry develops, and also a lot of biological and medical advancement happened. So at this moment, our aim is slightly needed to change a little bit of direction to how we live long, not just how much we can live. And this is cited from the Lancet Global Burden Disease literature. And I don't want you to go in detail, but it is showing the different age groups. And that showing in red is the disease burden caused by communicable disease. So basically infectious disease or maternal or neonatal nutritional diseases. And those in green are the teenagers are at risk of high risk of injuries, of course, they do stupid things. And the blue area is what we really need to face, the aging society, chronic diseases, and that is partially preventable, but mostly preventable diseases. And as we heard in different ways, our society is living longer. So we are achieving the longevity already. So this slide showing that the blue area for the newborn mortality is getting very, very small now. And even though at the age of 85, the risk of mortality is quite low, as we heard. So we look at this figure once again. Now all of the global burdens, disease burden, is due to the non-communicable diseases. Mainly, the 74% of the cause of death is explained by this non-communicable disease, which is the cardiovascular disease, cancer, and chronic respiratory diseases and diabetes. So if you have these diseases, you can think of, okay, maybe the lifestyle, dietary, or physical activity can contribute to prevent these diseases. And once again, why prevention now? So we need to, of course, we keep on doing to prevent the diseases itself so that we can live longer. But not just prevent diseases, but we need to go a little bit more for the prevention. So in a public health textbook, it is a primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention, meaning that not just preventing the new diseases, but also we need to prevent this disease going bad, going more severe stages. And also, if you live longer, we cannot live without diseases. At least we might get some kind of diseases in our lifetime. So the tertiary prevention is very important to mitigate the impairment caused by the disease itself. So we need to go back to these kind of principles of the prevention from the old textbooks. And also there's a lot of different approach to achieve prevention. Maybe the population approach is what we really like to do as a public health researchers. We want to make the group of people move towards the less risky lifestyle, less risky profile, including the biological risk. And also we need to improve the medicine by pushing the more advanced medical intervention, treatment, medical practice, and also the screening with the cutting edge biomarkers, which is a high risk approach, identifying those with high risk and intervene to those groups. And the most recent one is the high benefit approach, which is a kind of new concept. So of course we have, the public health or population health is, as the name suggests, is a health state of the group average. That was the old way of looking at the health. But we need to have individualized or more personalized medicine, including the screening, including for the prevention of the diseases. And one of the approach is called high benefit approach. So we have a mixture of different approaches and choose the most effective, most benefitable approach towards for different individuals. That could be another way of looking at the future health. And to achieve those kind of new approaches, we need to have good data, good technology, including AI, and also a very good leadership. So our hospital, Osaka University Hospital, tried to collect new data, big data, deep data, meaning that not just the like a brief information from the EHR, but also the imaging, also the biobanking, all those deep data into one hospital, and also network of 28 hospitals under the Osaka Prefecture, meaning that it covers 10,000 beds and 5 million people in the field of the hospitals covered in this area. And if you got a chance to go out of this expo, you can see the old expo from 1970s. And our hospital is just next to the old expo with this statue of Sun, which is one of the very iconic statue. So you can visit our hospitals as well. And most importantly, as we are in a living of longevity, we, of course, need to promote more biological or more medical advancement. But at the same time, if we look into the determinants of health, there are a lot of things like physical, environmental factors, social circumstances, and of course the individual behavior, daily living. So we are living in a different situation, different way, and we need to focus not just on the biological area, but also the social area, which is very important for the next generation. So again, Osaka University tried to collect data in the hospital and try to expand the area towards the other hospital networks, and also all the daily life, which is a personal life record collection, including all the information collected via devices or wearable devices or other informatic applications for the healthcare, not just medicine, but for the healthcare. And this should be my last slide. So in the age of longevity, of course, we need to keep the age of longevity, but at the same time, as we are almost achieving the very long longevity, we need to make our life to be more flourished, more satisfied, more happy living, which is the concept of well-being, not just the physical health, but also the mental health and social health, and also the personal communication and communities, neighborhood, kind of a very important part of the missing piece from the medical perspective. So to achieve the really flourished life course achievement, we need to combine all the medical approach and also the more integrated approach. And thank you again. And our university hospital just renovated, and we got a new building opened in May. And this hospital is trying to make the medicine and health all together, and try to make our future more ability, achieving more ability from the hospital, not just as painful area, painful place, but the more like feeling the future, more like a expectation. That is what our hospital is aiming. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kawasaki. So you really showed us your model, but also a figure which is very interesting. Healthcare is like 11% of the receipt in terms of longevity. And within healthcare, there's prevention. So this leads me to Mr. Andrea Meceno, which is also part of the board of the Silver Economy Network. So, which will tell us about the model, prevention model of CDI. So, what do you think about it?
Okay, thank you first of all for the invitation. If you don't mind, maybe I can switch to Italian as we arranged. So. Okay. Just to don't our translator get bored. so allora
è quello verde.
Sì. Inizio la mia presentazione di oggi, finché mettete le cuffie, raccontandovi un po' la lunga tradizione che contraddistingue l'azienda del Centro Diagnostico Italiano, il CDI. Azienda che appartiene al gruppo Bracco e che oggi ci vede protagonisti nell'organizzazione di questo evento. Il CDI nasce 50 anni fa da un'idea del nostro fondatore, dottor Bracco, insieme a un suo amico radiologo, che hanno avuto l'idea di cambiare un po' quello che era il modello di medicina che si faceva, dove si curavano le persone a quel tempo in Italia solo all'interno degli ospedali o al massimo in qualche visita specialistica che veniva fatta in ambulatori molto semplici, quasi negli appartamenti o nelle case dei medici. La loro idea visionaria era quella di voler creare un posto dove si facessero tutte le prestazioni ambulatoriali possibili secondo i migliori standard nella città di Milano, cercando di copiare quello che potevano essere gli esempi internazionali di maggior successo. La cosa forte è che noi oggi siamo qui a celebrare quest'anno i 50 anni con gli stessi valori di allora, gli stessi azionisti, la stessa città e, lasciatemi dire, gli stessi servizi e le stesse visioni. Ora, che cos'è oggi infatti il CDI? Da allora una singola struttura nasce un network di 35 ambulatori distribuiti prevalentemente in Lombardia e prevalentemente a Milano e intorno alla città di Milano. Attorno al nostro network lavorano 2000 persone, tra medici e operatori di staff ovviamente. È una realtà fortemente integrata con le associazioni industriali della zona, a partire dalla Assolombarda che ci vede protagonisti come nella giornata di oggi. Il 90% dei suoi pazienti oggi è ripetuto, è consolidato, tornano di anno in anno. E il 65% di questi esprime giudizi estremamente positivi ogni volta che viene a frequentarci. Siamo accreditati Joint Commission International del 2006, una delle aziende con la più lunga storia. Quindi direi che introduciamo un modello di prossimità, siamo di fatto un leader di mercato sul nostro territorio in assoluto, avendo introdotto un modello unico di medicina di prevenzione, una medicina di prossimità e una medicina di precisione e territoriale ovviamente. Milano è una città di 1.400.000 abitanti. Noi eroghiamo 1.300.000 di prestazioni, di accessi di pazienti che vengono nel nostro network. Sono 600.000 pazienti unici che mediamente vengono 2 volte all'anno, a cui eroghiamo 2,7 milioni di prestazioni, divise nei 4 segmenti target che possiamo vedere, che sono ovviamente le visite specialistiche, che sono le medicina di laboratorio, l'imaging e la radioterapia e la medicina del lavoro. Siamo operativi su tutti i segmenti di mercato, vuol dire che i nostri pazienti provengono per il 40% da quello che è il Servizio Sanitario Nazionale, quindi sono prestazioni che ci vengono rimborsate dallo Stato, per il restante 40% sono pazienti che pagano, o di tasca propria o attraverso un sistema di rimborso da fondi assicurazioni, e la restante parte dell'attività viene erogata da prestazioni vendute direttamente alle aziende con cui noi facciamo parte e siamo un partner storico. È un'azienda che ha voluto da sempre costruire un modello di business estremamente solido, che è cresciuto costantemente anno dopo anno con una crescita coerente e organica, senza acquisizioni, e che di fatto si può vedere al di là dei valori assoluti, che poi fatturiamo 150 milioni di euro per quanto possa valere in questa sede, ma di fatto è impressionante come la progressione storica è stabile e la si può vedere in maniera molto chiara. Tutto questo per dire che il modello che il CD eroga è un modello estremamente forte, ben riconosciuto dai suoi utenti, replicato nelle diverse sedi. Abbiamo messo qui in questa slide alcune fotografie dei nostri centri, quelli aperti da più indietro nel 1992, quello più in alto a sinistra, e l'ultimo aperto in basso a destra nel 2025. Vedete come il format, il design e la tipologia di servizi che noi eroghiamo è molto standardizzato, e di fatto questo, assieme al nostro sistema di qualità certificato, ci consente di garantire uno standard di servizi uguale e uniforme in tutto il network. Abbiamo diverse eccellenze. Ovviamente nella diagnostica per immagini siamo molto forti, la presenza di Bracco ci consente anche di avere una vision sul mercato molto, molto attenta. Abbiamo risonanza magnetica ad alto campo aperte, abbiamo una risonanza magnetica 3 Tesla, siamo attivi sulla radioterapia con la macchina del CyberKnife, recentemente abbiamo installato 2 novità quest'anno, che è la TAC e la CT a conteggio diretto di fotoni, e abbiamo installato anche una macchina che fa una mappatura integrale della pelle total body. Siamo attivi anche nella medicina nucleare con macchine sia con scintigrafie che con PET-CT. Anche il laboratorio analisi ovviamente siamo presenti in tutte le 4 principali aree, dalla patologia clinica all'anatomia patologica, alla genetica e alla microbiologia. Abbiamo diverse innovazioni, non entro nel merito dei singoli esami che eroghiamo per questioni di tempo, ma anche in questo siamo sicuramente all'avanguardia. Giusto qualche numero prima di entrare nel merito poi di quello che vi volevo dire e finire la presentazione. Eroghiamo tutte le specialità con 50 specialisti, 50 specialità coperte e più di 1.000 medici operativi, 320.000 visite all'anno, 10.000 interventi, a grandi numeri di interventi di day surgery o di chirurgia ambulatoriale, 7.000 procedure odontoiatriche, 220.000 prestazioni di fisioterapia, 5.500 procedure. Ci sono problemi forse nell'audio. Questo perché, oltre a questo, e per concludere, il fiore all'occhiello della nostra offerta, come veniva detto nell'introduzione, sta forse nella prevenzione, cioè la capacità di erogare tutti i percorsi generalmente erogati nella stessa giornata a pazienti che sono sani. Questo è un business particolare, che c'è un problema di audio. Grazie. Questo è un mercato particolare perché fare prevenzione in Italia vuol dire di fatto farla al di fuori del sistema sanitario nazionale, quindi stiamo parlando di pazienti che pagano di tasca propria. E eroghiamo, per darvi un'idea della complessità, circa 50 pacchetti commerciali differenti, che generalmente vengono comunque divisi in 3 macro aree. Uno, che sono quelli che noi chiamiamo i CD check, che sono pacchetti, sono check-up personalizzati, fatti sul momento, ovviamente personalizzati dal medico. Sono 5.000 all'anno, per dare dei numeri. Abbiamo poi programmi di check-up tradizionali che eroghiamo nelle 8 sedi principali del nostro network. E alla fine abbiamo invece i pacchetti specifici di prevenzione. Tutto questo per dire però che all'interno del segmento della prevenzione noi abbiamo notato, abbiamo registrato che più del 50%, il 52% dei nostri pazienti ritorna a fare prevenzione, soprattutto quando erogata in maniera personalizzata. C'è un altissimo tasso di retention in questo tipo di servizio e mediamente quando un paziente torna per 4 anni. Quando viene a fare un check-up personalizzato lo fa per 4 anni. La cosa importante da far notare è che tanto è forte per noi quest'area che il 15% dei nostri pazienti paganti non viene per curare una malattia o per diagnosticare un problema, ma viene per fare prevenzione. Quindi sono pazienti sani ed è un dato credo che sia unico in Italia con questo tasso di adesione. CD non è solo clinica. Noi non siamo un istituto di ricerca, non rientriamo nell'elenco di istituti di ricerca del Ministero, ma di fatto grazie alla forte input che ci viene dato dal nostro azionista Bracco abbiamo un team di ricerca molto sviluppato al nostro interno e l'abbiamo fatto da sempre, in collaborazione con Bracco e anche da soli. Abbiamo un team di 6 persone dedicate che fanno ricerca all'interno proprio stabilmente presenti e collaboriamo stabilmente con il gruppo Bracco e ce ne sono in particolare altri 3 che abbiamo voluto citare in questa slide. Tutto questo per dire che abbiamo un database, abbiamo quasi 200 pubblicazioni, 198 pubblicazioni abbiamo erogato da quando le registriamo, e in 50 anni di attività abbiamo di fatto un database che copre 165 milioni di procedure diagnostiche e 20 milioni di pazienti ordinati, studiati e registrati in maniera coerente. Ora, ogni volta il nostro approccio clinico si affianca generalmente a un approccio scientifico per quanto possibile e questo abbiamo voluto divertirci per questo evento mettendo a confronto la piramide demografica di Italia e Giappone, che la possiamo vedere a sinistra, e siamo qui oggi perché c'è una netta similarità tra le 2 popolazioni e non mi dilungo su temi che già ben conosciamo. In centro però abbiamo voluto fare la piramide demografica di quelli che sono i pazienti del CDI dell'anno scorso e vediamo come in realtà la forma è molto simile a quelle che possiamo vedere a sinistra. Chiaramente sono più schiacciate agli estremi, cioè abbiamo meno pazienti giovani o meno pazienti particolarmente anziani, ma la pancia la vediamo alla stessa fascia d'età dei pazienti delle nostre nazioni, con una peculiarità: vediamo più donne al CD vediamo la parte rossa che è più forte della parte blu. A destra però abbiamo voluto mettere quello che è il nostro database della prevenzione, cioè i nostri pazienti che vengono a fare prevenzione vengono catalogati e vengono registrati in un database e ci aiutano e ci servono a fare ricerca. Ovviamente sono pazienti che possiamo vedere come la loro popolazione sia diversa dagli altri, ma è il cuore della nostra piramide demografica, cioè non ci sono gli estremi, ma c'è ancora una maggiore propensione del pubblico femminile rispetto a quello maschile e vediamo com'è leggermente spostato in basso. Questo però per dire che se facciamo studi e analisi su questa nostra popolazione siamo convinti poi di poter fare inferenza su quello che succederà fra qualche decade, quando poi questa popolazione si alzerà con i trend demografici, perché stiamo parlando di un'età media di intorno ai 50 anni. Abbiamo un database molto ampio, ovviamente abbiamo dovuto rispettare i parametri di raccolta del consenso, ovviamente per la ricerca. Abbiamo catalogato in maniera ordinata questi dati dal 2015 al 2025 e ci sono 150.000 pazienti che riempiono il nostro database con queste caratteristiche. Database che noi lo usiamo e cerchiamo di fare degli studi in diverse aree. Ne ho messi giusto un paio. Il primo che ho voluto citare qui è uno studio sulla prevenzione femminile, quindi abbiamo preso un campione di 800 donne 60 anni che dal 2020 al 2025 sono venuti a fare i programmi di screening, sono 1650 esami. Adesso non entro nel merito per questione di tempo, pap test, comunque i test fecali e le mammografie, con dei tassi di positività che sono comunque rilevanti e sono comunque in linea con quelli che sono gli standard internazionali di altri programmi di screening che vediamo. Lo stesso vale per la risonanza magnetica total body, un esame che ovviamente negli ultimi anni ha trovato un grandissimo successo tra il pubblico e una grandissima richiesta. Abbiamo voluto guardare e studiarlo, anche in questo caso abbiamo fatto uno studio sui maschi dei 52 anni con 327 soggetti studiati e anche in questo caso abbiamo trovato un 4,8% di risultanze positive che hanno meritato dei follow-up o delle risposte tali da aver approfondito. Oltre a questo c'è un programma che si affianca e va in maniera coerente e parallela con quanto diceva Alessandro Maiocchi nella sessione prima della nostra, in cui abbiamo sviluppato un programma sia di digital twin che di quello che chiamiamo di patient data platform, cioè tutti i dati che noi raccogliamo da un po' di tempo vengono catalogati e vengono registrati con un sistema di intelligenza artificiale che ci aiuta a leggere come si stanno evolvendo la popolazione che viene a ricevere i nostri servizi. In particolare abbiamo sviluppato 4 modelli per adesso, 4 percorsi dedicati, uno sulla demenza e sull'Alzheimer, uno sull'enfisema polmonare, l'altro sul rischio della prostata, cioè sul rischio di cancro alla prostata, e l'altro sul rischio del cancro al seno. Solo una foto per farvi capire cosa vuol dire che noi dal 2024, cioè da un anno circa, abbiamo catalogato tutti i nostri pazienti che vengono per scopo di prevenzione, che hanno ovviamente aderito ai programmi. Abbiamo processato, quando ho fatto la foto del programma, abbiamo processato 35.330 report di pazienti. Ovviamente adesso se facessimo la stessa fotografia sarebbero ben di più, con 731.000 immagini processate. Ci stanno dicendo noi per ogni filone che dicevo prima siamo in grado di definire, grazie all'algoritmo intelligenza artificiale, quali sono i pazienti ad alto rischio e basso rischio, e noi vediamo che questi indicatori e queste torte cambiano sensibilmente nel corso dei mesi, a seconda della stagionalità e della tipologia anche di campagne che noi andiamo a fare. Tutto questo per dire cosa? Ci piace l'idea di venire qui, farci vedere, presentarci. Abbiamo questo database che crediamo possa essere di valore, ci piacerebbe mettere a fattor comune il nostro know-how e raccogliere le esperienze condivise per far sì che tutto questo possa andare a vantaggio di una società migliore. Grazie.
Thank you very much to Professor Kawasaki Andre Mecenero. Thank you for your presentation. And there's let's say a topic which is the importance and the centrality of data within all research, but also prevention. And this links actually to the last duo, which is from Professor Stefania Bandini, Professor of Campus Science, University of Milano Bicocca. Welcome. And Professor Ryo Kawasaki, Professor Yoshiyuki Sankai, University of Tsukuba, CEO of Cyberdean, ENC, PDSIP, Cabinet Office, Government of Japan. So thank you very much for being here to both of you. Professor Bandini, which is Italian but with a history of collaboration with Japan, and Professor Sankai, which also was involved in our event last year. I know, Professor Sankai, you have a presentation probably with your laptop, so I would ask you to start first presenting your point of view on this topic. Thank you very much. You can go first, and then we will close with the professor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much today. It's a great honor to have the meetings just in front of you. Today, I would like to explain about these targets, agility and longevities. Anyway, so now we are trying to develop the cybernetic technologies to solve some problem in the super aging societies. And anyway, so health issue is very important in the super aging societies. So some of the elderly persons have the cerebral vascular disorder, heart disease, dementia, frail and falling down, and so on. After that, they have the long-term care, or sometimes they will be a bedridden person, and so on. So that this part is a very dangerous. Okay, these disorders or diseases are caused by these areas, and anyway, making full use of cybernetics technology, I and our groups will improve the health and independence of the elderly persons. And early detection and treatment and functional improvement very important, I think. So anyway, we always treat the humans focusing on the treatment side and prevention or early detection, or after finishing the hospitalizations. So elderly person also always needs these daily monitoring and management. And anyway, by using these technologies, this one is the world first wearable cyborg driven by the human's brain nerve signals and so on. And by using these technologies, cybernetic treatment method already prepared. And sensing technology also important, internal or outside and so on. And sometimes by combining the regenerative medicine is very important. Then we developed AI robotic cell culture systems. And so to analyze the very narrow blood vessel is very also important, because every 30 seconds in the world, patient lost the leg because of the diabetic disease and so on. And the vital sensor is also very important. And the robotic technology and data analysis and so on. And I developed all of these technologies. And so we started to install these technologies each by each. Okay. And we had an excellent opportunity to have the meeting with the G7 ministers or G20 ministers and so on. And they introduced me the very important key person in each foreign countries. And so this one is one of our achievements. So anyway, this system has such kind of technologies, AI and so on. But anyway, in order to realize a real medical device, we finished very complicated procedures. So this one is one of the examples. According to the human's intention signals, this system starts to work because human's intention signals picked up from the surface of the skin. And without the movement, even these conditions, so patient can drive this device. And this device attached on our body, then between the human side and the robot side, neurological circuit can be established in order to facilitate the synaptic connection between the nerves and the nerves and the muscles. Okay. And elderly person also have some problem in the brain nerve systems or muscular systems. This one is one of the examples for the spinal cord injury patient, beginning stages and final stages. So after removing this device, in the beginning stages, these types of patients always need a caregivers. But after finishing this treatment method, so this person starts to walk with cane and so on. In German side, so government decided to use the public workers insurance to this treatment method, and now they will add the additional data based on the international protocol by using the general medical insurance. And the brain condition dramatically changes before and after. And this lady had some accident, and she had 5 years latest medical treatment, but the medical doctor said it won't get any better. So she came to our satellite, and she has a very strong Crohn's spasms, and she always is a cane. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks later. So dramatically her function improved, and just 3 months later, she had a jogging and returned to her daily life. Now she never uses a device. Just after 5 years medical treatment, okay, in the hospital. And this one is very interesting for the, we try to use our technologies as a, of course, we finished the randomized controlled trials and ocean clinical evaluations. In Japan, these diseases are covered by the general medical insurance 100%. And this one, the latest nucleic acid drug, it's very expensive. Only one injection similar to the expensive mobile car. And the patient needs a 2 or 3 times injection per year for whole life. But our technology case, so it has a peak 9 months later, and improvement is too much. And Japanese government increased the general insurance fee also. But I checked the real clinical fields. This drug is already used. Then this one is one of the combined therapies. So by combining the drug fields is also very important. Then I think, so for the dementia patient, sometimes recently can use the latest drugs such as the lecanemab and so on. It's very expensive. But anyway, so by combining these drugs and this technology, will create the very excellent synergies, I think. Okay, and so this lady, 84 years old lady, only 10 meters, she needed 27 seconds with walkers, but 7 times use, well, 8 times use of this device. So this even this elderly person starts to walk very fast, so 3 times faster than that. Okay. And Kanagawa Prefecture promotes the cohort researches for the average age is almost 75 years old, and totally almost 80 patients, participants. They have some problem in the locomotions, and only 2 times use. 1 times use needs 20 minutes around. Okay, 2 times use per week, totally 10 times use. Walking speed improved 36%, and locomotive index increased almost twice. Then such kind of actions reduces the walking risk. Then we can reduce the public cost dramatically, I think. And recently, this year, this journal paper opened systematic review. So actively controlled exoskeletons. This one is HAL. So show improved function and neuroplasticity. This one is very important. So walking function improved, but QOL or some other function also improved. That one is very important. And this device now used in the almost 20 countries. And we had an excellent relationship with the government side, a foreign country government, Germany or Malaysia. Malaysia case, this government decided to establish the National Neurorobotic and Science Rehab Center. This building already established. The size is 15.6 hectares. And new ministers shout. So we would like to increase 2 more within the 5 years in Malaysia. So anyway, recently we could establish an excellent partnership with the foreign countries. And we would like to install such kind of latest technologies to these countries. And I also wish to grow up the young challengers also. And by combining such kind of regenerative medicine or pharmaceutical medicine is very important. Then we had a tag. And anyway, so by using these such kind of exosome or cell or cytokines, anyway, this material will support the physiological function and so on, I think. So we are waiting for their challenge also. But simultaneously, I established the Cybernetic Biomedical Innovation Base just in front of Haneda Airport. All rooms are wet lab. This facility is focusing on only regenerative medicine. So money should be prepared by myself. Anyway, we finished to establish it. And in these buildings, so I prepared such kind of robotic cell culture systems and make a real three-dimensional blood vessels or large neuron tissues and so on. And this one is the fast. Okay, so I try to open fast. Okay, so anyway, this technology also can be used in these to promote these areas. Okay, so this one is one of the in this expo. So other pavilions, this robot is now also working, have the demonstration and so on. So master wear the glass, and this one is a robot, watch the robot's hand. So this person now virtually installed to the real robots and work and pick up this one like this one and bring this cup to the person or work instead of the person and so on. And this robot work automatically and master remote control both functions. Okay, and this technology can be used in the biological fields or other working areas. Even the elderly person can work so, through the another place and so on, and near the futures. Anyway, this robot can work with the humans, especially with the to support the elderly person and so on. Okay, so and this one is so really new technologies. We had international patent to analyze the very narrow blood vessel three-dimensional structures. No X-ray, no contrast on media, just in front of patient. Medical doctor can check the very narrow blood vessel structures to check some peripheral situations. Okay, and vital sensors now. So this device now covered by the general medical insurance in Japan. Okay, so ECG, human's movement and body temperatures and breath condition and so on. And all data gathered in the cloud and shared between the medical doctor and the patient and the families. And also this technology can be installed into the robotic hand and so on. Okay. So this is my heart conditions. Okay. And sometimes I had such kind of not bad situations, atrial fibrillation a little bit. Then I try to have some tablet and so on. And by using this device, so my walking situation or other persons, so elderly persons' walking situation or stumbling condition can be detected to estimate the walking situations to protect the falling down and so on. And in the hospital and home and working areas in daily life, all of these data is now gathering now from European areas, US and Asian areas and Middle East. And anyway, now we are trying to establish such kind of circumstances and strongly wish to work with the foreign countries' partners. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very broad overview and also very interesting the applications within the research, but of course robotics really applies to rehabilitation and also general services. And concerning also the use of AI and new technologies for the monitoring of communities and on local communities, there's a Professor Bandini which will tell us more about her experience and the Italian experience. She herself is also part of the Italian Agevity. So welcome, and we're here to listen your presentation and point of view on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will be very brief because all the people maybe are tired and maybe we are hungry, and I stay into the 10 minutes you told me. So thank you so much to be here. And I want to start saying that when I had my first JSPS grant at TODA at the University of Tokyo in 2009, and my colleague just told me that I had to deal with aging society for the application of AI technique. I come from them to aging society. I don't want to deal with elderly. It was the ageist, my first reaction. But Japanese colleagues were very patient, and in 2010, I founded with a colleague of mine the first working group AI for an Aging Society of the Italian Association of Artificial Intelligence, before of the big wave we have now about artificial intelligence, okay? Because aging society and longevity are the real challenges for AI, it's not the contrary. So it is a platform for convergence of a lot of knowledge and a lot of disciplines in one point that is one of the most difficult points, the challenging points we have in our society now. There is this one, okay. So look at this picture. All the presentation I had from people coming from medicine or people coming from technology or honorable colleagues can be resumed in this picture. Do you remember this picture? This is Tom Cruise in a very, very quite old movie, Minority Report. I recommend you to see you again because it's very interesting. And a part of the history, the narrative of the movie, I was impressed, all of us were impressed on this interface, where with the gestures, Tom Cruise could capture data, integrate data, go inside our virtual world. The purpose is not, but all of us, all the people who operate would like to have this kind of interface, right? And look if a doctor or any other kind of operator could have this taking from data from municipalities, from exams, from robotics or sensor, wearable sensor, put into it. This is what artificial intelligence now must do. Not only the deep use of artificial intelligence for molecular or something other, that is, for scientific fields, I can say that scientific fields will increase so much through artificial intelligence because of uniformity of data, good collection of data, and good organization of data. The case of medicine is one of that. The challenge is when you want to go with artificial intelligence where data are not uniform, are not well connected, are not fitting with some realities. it means when artificial intelligence must come back on the land, because we live on the ground. And thank to the previous presentation of my colleague Cecilia Tomasini, a demographer, coming back with the use of AI for people, rethinking a person-centered care provision, because part of all the high-level technologies we developed in the labs, and they are becoming for new business models, the reality of Italy is a reality of the 60% of the territory that are inner areas, the 52% of the municipalities are there, and the 22% of the people are living in that areas. Look down Japan. Japan has the same area, the double of population, and with a lot of elderly living in remote areas. The depopulation is due to the going of young people in the cities, but any solution that can be found to recover the problems of aging society coming from labs and in the urban context, if they don't percolate or diffuse on the territory, it will be a failure. So we have to pay many attention to the issue of remote areas. And in this way, we can say that a model could be seen, and you know that when you design a model, you lose something, but if you put together demography, work, that with more work, I mean also the transmission of knowledge coming from remote areas, technology, and I want to see what is the issue of territory. Geography, we see in the world, geopolitics is becoming, geography is so important. In the past, we thought that with social media and data we are going to lose. So we need to use all the platform used for in artificial intelligence. For instance, this is computer-based simulation made by agent-based simulation. That is one of the research. I deeply collaborated also in Japan with many institutions. And this is an area where you can simulate what is the sustainability of caregivers to give support to their parents or friends that are becoming elderly. So it is very important to use this kind of very advanced simulation system, but one of the roles of AI, as mentioned before, that is in the background of interfaces like Tom Cruise, is this one, putting together different sources of data coming from physiological data, from geographical information system, from data from municipalities, data from institutional sources. In our project, now we acquired a new drone, very sophisticated drone, to acquire all the data that are in the territory that are very useful to see what is the sustainability. One of the points is walkability. Walkability is a concept that has been developed for the measurement of the accessibility of some services and for aging population, but walkability has been measured especially for urban context, not for inner areas, and especially in situations where you have a lot of slopes, for instance. But we considered in our concerns never to divide the older adult to the caregivers in a very dyadic approach in order to make a realistic simulation because there is no one elderly without some people or of course, the state that must provide. So walkability for walkability challenges, many indexes have been considered, and we started to study new walkability indexes for remote areas. That is a challenge for AI and a new. So we can have a lot of data coming from GIS, and I just to present you the case. We are studying 4 or 5 cases now, Bergamo, Petrella, Stifernina in the south, and we have some illustration. And the successful of this application is not because of the scientific result that I put on the paper. It is not useful here to illustrate this kind of stuff. And we see that Premeno, that is a fantastic little town on a beautiful major lake in Italy. And this is just a view of it is. This is very similar for many situations you have also. And the problem was to convince citizens to change services in order to have accessibility to services, labs, and municipality services. That is not easy. So we made a lot of simulation. We found what was the charge of the fort for Diaz. And at the end, we convinced, and the major convinced, with objective data, scientific data, to change the position of the. So it is very, very important to have the research, to have a challenge, continued challenge with the scientific community, but it is very important to see what is the fall. If in my research I convinced to move one service to give aged people and caregivers a better life, this is the best result of my research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really a lot going on, and thank you. And I think it will be amazing for my colleagues, which will have a final report for the event to summarize all you have said. And for sure, we will keep this discussion further, because there's really a lot of connections between longevity and also data technology and walkability, which is part of accessibility. And it's also an objective of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging. So thank you very much. So we go to the final moment of the event, final moment of the forum. We have the final closing remarks. I already told you that we ran a little bit out of time, but I'm sure that our last speakers will help us for tightening the time we have and close our forum. So I'm pleased to have the Executive Director of Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ako Makiyama, which will be talking at the podium for a final remark, and then we will have our President, Mariuccia Rossini, from Italy. Thank you very much, please. Ako Makiyama. Welcome.
Thank you for introducing me. My name is Makiyama. I'm very honored to be here on behalf of Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry has focusing on the promotion of life science healthcare industry for a long time, over 25 years, with the nationwide network and international collaboration. And we have already the achievement of the industry, the private collaboration and B2B matching and commercialization acceleration. And today's theme of the Agevity, I would like to talk about the caregivers and also the problem of the economy. Already, Dr. Tomasini mentioned about the data of the population of the older people in Italy and also the Japan. I would like to talk about the similar one. According to the World Population Prospective Survey conducted by the United Nations, among the advanced country, Japan has highest percentage of the population of the over 65 years old, and the Italy is the second ranked. It means that we can live long life with the excellent medical care or environment of the daily life, but also it also means that there is a shortage of the people caring the elderly people. So, in fact, the lack of the people working in nursing profession is the significant problem in Japan. As the result, more and more people have to take care of the family member by themselves at the home. Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry estimate that by 2030, the number of the people are working and also taking care of the family member will exceed 3 million. It is causing the problem of the economy. In the case of the care of the dementia patient in Japan, the medical expense for the dementia patient, it will be the 2 trillion yen, and the nursing care expense would be the 6.5 trillion yen. And in addition to that, informal care cost will be the 6.2 trillion yen. Informal care cost is that the cost associated with the care provided unpaid by family members. It calculated on the basis of the time spent by the caregivers and their loss of the income because of the unable to work during the taking care of the family member. Total medical expense in Japan of this year would be 50 trillion yen, and nursing care expense would be the 20 trillion yen. And so we can imagine that the informal care cost would be the very good, very big amount of the amount. And both Japan and Italy, and especially the Lombardy and Osaka region, is the first to be the aging in the world. So we are facing the difficulty of the individual well-being and also the problem of the economy. But we have a solution. We are in advance in the life science research, and we are home of the consolidation of the industry and healthcare and life science related industries. And in addition to that, we have also the academic circle and private sectors related to the AI, robotics, data science, and sensor or superb technology of manufacturing. This element is very essential for the future solution for the problem of the aging society. And all countries that will age after us, after our region, after our country, will pay attention to our solution. If we can realize the excellent, effective, and attractive solution for the problem of the aging and the longevity, we can also contribute to the well-being of the whole world and also the global economic growth. We, Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, would like to work with the Assolombarda together to create a community to academia and industry. And also, I think that we should create the ecosystem for innovation of the solution for agility and longevity. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so for your inspiring remark, and so our last guest and most important president of the Silver Economy Network, promoter of Agevity.
Tired faces and hungry stomachs. I'll take the message and keep it short. Allora, carissimi tutti, siamo alla chiusura della terza edizione di Agevity, un forum che nasce a Milano, in Italia, e che quest'anno tuttavia si apre al confronto internazionale e lo fa partendo da un paese che con l'Italia condivide una lunga storia di cooperazione, ma anche di una sfida di rilievo sociale ed economico, come abbiamo avuto modo di ascoltare dagli illustri professori ed esperti che hanno portato la loro visione e conoscenza nel corso di questa mattinata di lavori. Sappiamo che la transizione demografica rappresenta uno dei più impattanti motori di cambiamento per i sistemi welfare e per le economie globali. Un cambiamento che richiede sinergia di intenti e una visione comune tra mondo industriale, scientifico, istituzionale per cogliere le opportunità e attivare politiche in grado di minimizzare le esternalità negative di questo cambiamento, aiutandoci a coglierne le opportunità. L'obiettivo strategico per garantire un futuro longevo alle generazioni che verranno. Abbiamo bisogno di definire un sistema di priorità e imparare dai reciproci successi, ma anche dai fallimenti. E anche oggi, in questo scenario globale incerto, dobbiamo portare al centro del dibattito istituzionale la necessità di governare la transizione demografica, promuovendo anche il dibattito e il confronto, la condivisione di consapevolezza attraverso tutta la società. La longevità non è solo DNA, ma anche consapevolezza, abitudini, scelte e decisioni che giorno per giorno vengono prese da ciascuno di noi. Agevity nasce dall'idea del Silver Economy Network e di Assolombarda per promuovere un approccio di visione all'invecchiamento della popolazione, mettendo al centro l'importanza di politiche e interventi in grado di garantire aspettativa di vita in buona salute sempre maggiore alle popolazioni anziane e soprattutto a tutte le persone che verranno senior tra 10, 20, 30 e anche 40 anni. Gli interventi in questa edizione del forum confermano quanto sia importante valorizzare interventi e politiche per la salute e la vita della popolazione over 65 e quanto allo stesso tempo sia fondamentale guardare il futuro e partire dalla diffusione della prevenzione per la salute umana sin dai primi anni di vita fino alla tutela dell'ambiente e del pianeta, condizioni fondamentali per innescare un circolo virtuoso in grado di ridurre l'impatto di patologie non trasmissibili, epidemie, pandemie e mortalità correlate ad eventi climatici claustrofobici. Agevity intende promuovere questa visione coinvolgendo tutti gli attori di un ecosistema complesso, dal pubblico al privato, lavorando per ampliare il confronto e costruire alleanze internazionali per contribuire ad un cambiamento positivo e sempre più necessario. Viviamo in un tempo in cui l'aging non rappresenta solo una questione demografica da osservare con apprensione, ma un cambiamento strutturale che tocca tutti gli ambiti della nostra società: lavoro, welfare, mobilità, design urbano, sanità, assistenza, innovazione tecnologica. Ecco perché è fondamentale promuovere un approccio olistico, soprattutto un'agenda per la longevità futura. Guardiamo il futuro come network nazionale per la Silver Economy, guardando a questo forum come una piattaforma dinamica in continua evoluzione e in grado di farsi promotrice di un cambiamento positivo di carattere culturale ma anche progettuale, attraverso il quale promuovere soluzioni per costruire la società di domani. Ringrazio l'ambasciatore Vattani, commissario generale per l'Italia all'Expo 2025 Osaka, la cui visione e il cui impegno sono stati decisivi per costruire questa straordinaria connessione tra il sistema italiano e quello giapponese. Ringrazio il presidente di Assolombarda, Alvise Biffi, per il supporto al progetto, mettendo anche quest'anno l'associazione in prima linea nella sua ideazione. Ringrazio i nostri strategic partner, Bracco e Centro Diagnostico Italiano, per aver sostenuto questo progetto e per la visione lungimirante, l'Istituto San Raffaele, il nostro knowledge partner Lattanzio Kibs, per aver permesso anche quest'anno la realizzazione della ricerca scenario longevità, una bussola per potersi orientare nella comprensione dei nuovi scenari demografici e di mercato. Il nostro ecosystem partner EGIT, che ci ha permesso di portare la visione dell'ecosistema universitario italiano e di un progetto di ricerca nato per elevare il nostro Paese ad hub internazionale per la longevità, e il partner organizzativo AIM Group, che ci ha supportato nel percorso di crescita. Grazie anche agli enti, le università e le associazioni sia italiane che giapponesi, che hanno accolto con entusiasmo il nostro invito a prendere parte a tutto questo. Soprattutto grazie a ciascuno di voi per aver partecipato a questo incontro, a questo forum, e a questo Paese che per noi è stato fonte di ispirazione. Concludo con un messaggio che credo questo forum abbia lasciato a tutti noi. Il futuro è oggi e ciascuno di noi può fare la propria parte per la longevità del futuro. Buona giornata a tutti. Adesso ci voglio provare Idakimasu. Buon appetito a tutti.
Grazie mille Presidente, grazie davvero a tutti per aver partecipato. In chiusura mandiamo il video anche di saluto della Presidente del Cluster Nazionale Licei, Alessandra Gelera, che insomma chiude questa edizione del forum. È stato un onore ed è stata un'emozione portare questo evento in Giappone, ed è un'emozione pensare alla moltitudine di opportunità, di collaborazioni che ci potranno essere di qui ai prossimi anni. Io ringrazio anche Alessandra, Lara e insomma le colleghe e i colleghi che hanno reso possibile questo evento, tutti i partecipanti, gli speaker, insomma grazie davvero, è stato un piacere. Alla prossima e all'anno prossimo. E adesso tutti quanti nella terrazza Italy per il lancio.
Change is an intrinsic condition of human society. It offers new opportunities and challenges to manage in order to progress with confidence into the future. Megatrends in population, environment, innovation, and culture change the world. These include demographic changes, climate changes, global economic shifts, and technological evolution. The aging of the population is an unprecedented phenomenon in human history and has a pervasive impact on all sectors: families, economy, welfare, housing, and infrastructure needs. Throughout Europe, life expectancy has risen significantly, while births have fallen. But Italian demography is an exceptional case. Extremely low fertility and one of the highest levels of life expectancy in the world have forged an age structure of the population that is among the oldest in the world. The University of Florence leads the Age-IT research program, financed by PNRR, the Recovery and Resilience Plan, with 114 million euros. Age-IT is the first integrated program which, with a holistic, interdisciplinary, and evidence-based approach, addresses the challenges of aging through an alliance between social, biomedical, and technological sciences. The objective is to innovate the study of aging, thanks to new synergies between research, training, and technology transfer strategies. At the intersection of social, biomedical, and technological sciences, we identified 10 challenges represented as 10 research centers, the so-called spokes, involving over 500 researchers and practitioners. Spoke 1 adopts a data science approach to expand knowledge in the demographic field and to offer new data to decision makers for more effective policies. The Spoke 2 studies the biology of aging to improve our understanding of the mechanisms of cellular functioning and prevent pathologies. The study of clinical and environmental factors of functional status and multimorbidity is addressed by Spoke 3, while Spoke 4 addresses innovative methods and solutions to improve trajectories for an active and healthy aging. Spoke 5 works on the sustainability of care systems for the older population in an aging society. Spoke 6 addresses the challenges of the silver economy, work, social participation, and welfare sustainability, while Spoke 7 analyzes the cultural and political implications of aging societies. Spoke 8 takes an experimental approach to test interventions and technologies that reduce the impact of diseases and disability. Spoke 9 is instead dedicated to new technologies to develop innovative solutions for active and healthy aging. Finally, Spoke 10 is dedicated to policies that encourage new intervention strategies at a national and local level. The program is completed by transversal working groups dedicated to the Age-IT data infrastructure, innovation and technology transfer, education and long life learning, and the dissemination of results. Demographic aging brings new challenges, but also opportunities. Age-IT will provoke a quantum leap, making Italy the leading scientific hub in research on aging and a state-of-the-art empirical laboratory regarding the aging process.
Alessandra Gelera, the president of ALISEI, the Life Science Italian National Network. So it's mainly a catalyst across all the life science network for research. And I am really pleased to say you hello, apologizing for not being there in person. And a special thank to the president of Assolombarda, Alvise Biffi, the president of the Silver Economy Network, Mariuccia Rossini, and the General Commissioner for the Italy Pavilion in Expo Osaka, Mario Vattani. It's crucial nowadays to speak about aging population, especially in countries like Italy and Japan, where there is a population living longer and longer with improving quality of life, and this is for sure a good thing, but on the other side it poses several questions in terms of how to manage this new generation change with their demands and their needs, considering that there is an increasing number of over 65 years old people with new needs, and they are a high spending generation but also a well-being generation, and they also poses a lot of demand in terms of which are the needs, which kind of assistance they need, which kind of consumer profile they can develop. And this is why, for instance, in Italy we have the Agevity program, that is a program funded by the Resilience and Recovery Fund, and it is really focused on improving the offer of services from a societal and also economic and well-being and healthcare point of view. And the role of ALISEI is supporting this kind of project, and also several others that are focused on improving, on one side, the prevention of disease, and on the other side, the type of care that we can provide to these patients, considering the high level of chronicity characterizing this kind of population. And I am very happy about the meeting with the Japan counterpart, because I really think that we can build together new solutions, to approach together issues, and to leverage best practice each other. So thank you for this fruitful table of work, and I'm looking forward to the results and the feedback you discussed to find a way to partner